Chapter 2191. In the courtyard, Cicero didn't respond to S. words directly. Instead, he waved his hand forward. In the fairyland-like courtyard, a pavilion suddenly appeared from the ground. This was some kind of image, but it was a reality. Z subconsciously reached out to touch it, but his palm went straight through it. In the pavilion, there was a girl sitting in a wheelchair. The girl's hair was also silver gray, but it was dim and lusterless. It was more like it was dried up. This is... Z subconsciously approached the girl in the wheelchair and looked at her face. However, the girl's eyes were also lusterless. Gaia. Cicero came to his side and said slowly, to be precise, it's Gaia on the eve of the destruction. At this time, Gaia's physical condition was very bad, and she was unconscious most of the time. But even so, she would ask to do one thing in the only time she was awake every day. What? Waiting for a person, Cicero said softly. He's here. Z frowned when he heard that. He seemed to sense something beside him. He turned around and saw a young man running over quickly. The young man was even holding a book in his arms. He passed through Z's body and arrived in front of the girl in the wheelchair. The originally lifeless girl suddenly bloomed like an epiphyllum flower. The girl's face instantly had a touch of color. Even though this was just an image, the entire courtyard seemed to glow with a different kind of vitality because of the appearance of this smile. The most primitive feeling of being alive gradually filled the air. The young man intimately stroked the girl's head and whispered something in her ear. Then he sat on the ground, opened the book in his hand, and began to read the contents of the book. For Miss Gaia, to be able to wait for his arrival every day and hear him talk about something by himself is already her most precious and luxurious request. Cicero's voice was like the sound of an old bell tower. On the eve of the destruction, she gave all her waking time to this young man. He is... Z said with a trembling voice, me? The pavilion in front of him suddenly dispersed like smoke and then gathered again. On the grass in the courtyard, another scene appeared at this moment. It was still the young man who was holding a book, and the other person was a silver-haired man who looked like Cicero. No, perhaps this was the real Professor Cicero because he looked more mature. You want to stop developing eternal motive power. Why? If this continues, Gaia will die. The entire world is also facing destruction. The silver-haired man gently shook his head. Your Highness, as the successor of the Empire, I hope you can understand. Could it be that the burden of the entire world must be placed on her shoulders, and we can only be like vampires, sucking her life out of her in order to survive? It's not that the burden of the world has been placed on her shoulders. It's simply that fate has chosen her. She possesses such an ability. The silver-haired man whispered again, and the sad thing is, as humans, we have no way to separate her from this ability. Uncle Cicero, I beg you, it's useless. The man shook his head again. This is His Majesty's order. No one can disobey His Majesty's order. The young man angrily said, there is no such thing as eternal motive power. Everything is just a lie. Your research has no progress at all. I know that you and Father made up a lie to deceive the entire world. The silver-haired man sighed and said, it's precisely because this is a lie that we need to continue lying. When necessary, even if we know it's a lie, we can only force ourselves to believe it. Ridiculous. The young man roared, Cicero. As the successor of the Empire, I order you to immediately stop extracting Gaia's bone marrow. Stop researching eternal motive power and announce the truth to the public. Forgive me for not obeying your Highness. I am the crown prince of the Empire. I am the future emperor. But you are not the emperor now. There will be a day. Wait until the day. You can have that day. The silver-haired man looked at the weak young man in front of him and said solemnly, if I can wait until the day you become the emperor, you must become the emperor of the Empire. You must become the emperor of the Empire. The sound seemed to be still lingering in his ears. However, the scene in front of Z changed again into the clouds and mist. It was still the young man, and the other one was Miss Gamma. The young man seemed to have matured a little, the maturity in his expression. At this time, they were standing on a high platform, looking at something. Miss Gamma said, "Your Highness, the time Gaia can wake up is getting less and less these days. She shouldn't be able to wake up today. Why don't you go back first?" "Where else can I go back?" The young man smiled bitterly. "Go back to that cold palace?" Do you know what the servants in the palace said? As long as it's close to His Majesty, it's like accidentally falling into an extremely low cold, making people shudder. After all, His Majesty has too many things to worry about. I know everything." The young man shook his head, "But I'm not the emperor yet." "Your Highness!" Suddenly, the young man reached out and grabbed Miss Gamma's palm, pulling Miss Gamma directly into his arms. The young man was like a ferocious beast, invading this mature body, until Miss Gamma bit the young man's lips and pushed him away forcefully. She raised her palm and was about to slap the young man. However, she raised her palm halfway, but in the end, she couldn't hit him. "Fight. Otherwise, you may not even have a chance to fight in the future." The young man said faintly, "In any case, in the eyes of my father, I am just a tool for mating. From tomorrow onwards, there will be a large number of women sent to me. You seem to be on the list, Sister Gamma." Gamma only clenched the torn collar, and the half-raised palm finally caressed the young man's face. "Now, can you feel a little bit of the weight on Gaia's body? She shoulders the illusory future of humanity, and you carry the continuation of the fire of humanity. Aren't you the same? Gamma, don't just have Gaia in your eyes." Gamma lowered her head. "There are also many people waiting for you in silence." With that, she turned around and left. "If it's going to start tomorrow, I hope that the first one you can choose is me. At that time, I won't resist." The smoke changed again, starting from Miss Gamma, who was far away. Looking at Miss Gamma's gradually disappearing figure, S' expression changed a little. He hesitated and asked, "This kind of emotion in human books seems to be described as, like, human books?" Cicero looked at me in surprise and nodded. "It seems that waking up after a long wait has made you lose a lot of things. Of course, I don't have the right to criticize you. After all, compared to you, I'm the one with a pure rational structure." Z shook his head. Not only could he not agree, he could not understand. At this time, Cicero said, "About Miss Gamma, in my memory, her feelings for His Highness may be stronger than like. Why? It's probably because she was instilled with the idea of becoming the Empire's heir and spouse since she was young. She has been working hard for this goal." Z was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "What else do you want to show me?" "Don't worry." Cicero smiled at this time. "There's a lot of time. I still have some follow-up to tomorrow. It's restricted. Do you want to see it? It's guaranteed to be exciting." He looked at Tho in front of him expressionlessly. "Tomorrow, actually nothing happened. How do you know?" Cicero couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Z said indifferently, "From my observation of Gamma, she has no experience in mating. Recently, she has been learning about it. This is enough to prove that it has never happened before. Also, mating is for the continuation of the human race, but the outside world still perished. In other words, it didn't change the fact that the human race was destroyed. Or rather, before it could be carried out, the destruction had already arrived. Finally, is the real Dr. Cicero's personality also so bad? Probably when I was creating, there was some artistic processing." Cicero smiled slightly. "That's right, tomorrow indeed didn't come. The destruction came earlier than anyone had expected, and everyone was caught off guard. The destruction of the entire world happened in a single night. A fatal substance began to appear in the air. People would die within a short minute after inhaling it. Even if they wore a breathing machine, the various catastrophes that followed forced the human race to the point where they could no longer survive. Then me? Cicero waved his hand again, and the dispersed fog condensed again. Z saw Dr. Cicero again. Compared to before, the youth looked much more haggard. Your Highness, have you really decided? You have to know that unless you can awaken Gaia again in the distant future, all of this will become irreversible. The silver-haired man sighed and said, You may have to bear the loneliness and despair of the entire world. Loneliness may devour you. Let's begin. The youth said directly, At least in the distant future, I still have hope to see her again. And he looked at the youth as if he could see the youth's true thoughts. The youth didn't seem to disappoint him. He said softly, Uncle Cicero, you said that even if the world was destroyed and turned into nothingness, Gaia would still exist. Her consciousness would still exist. But if the world is gone, I won't be there, right? This was the only method I could think of that would allow me to accompany her in the worst-case scenario, even if what awaited me was an unknown amount of time of deep sleep, an unknown amount of loneliness. Also, aren't you also planning this? The survivor plan. I can agree, probably because you and Father want to see it. The glory of the Empire is with you. The silver-haired man suddenly knelt in front of the youth and said loudly, The glory of civilization is also with you, My Highness. This is the reason why you exist. When the fog dispersed, Cicero said slowly, Of course, after you were transformed, His Majesty ordered again to create many biochemical transformations of the series with you as the prototype. However, the transformations didn't survive the erosion of the world, and only you can exist in the end. I think this is probably partly because of Gaia's will. What's wrong with you? Z asked coldly. Me. Cicero was startled, and then he looked at himself. His body was slightly distorted. The projected body started to become unstable. Suddenly, Cicero raised his head. At this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky of the courtyard, and then a big shadow fell from above. Boom! The sound of the falling object was unusually loud. It was obvious that the object that fell was heavy. His eyes narrowed, and then he ran directly to the place where the object fell. His dynamic vision was enough for him to capture the entire appearance of the object. It was cats. On the ground, there was a deep pit that was several meters deep. Only Cats, who was covered in iron armor, could get up easily without any damage after falling and creating such a big pit. When Z arrived at the scene, Cats, the armor man, was cleaning the mud on his body. Cats? Z walked to Katz's side in surprise. How did you find this place? That day, I went back to the square of the station and didn't see you, so I waited here. Katz said quickly, but I waited for a long time, and I didn't see you, so I could only look around. Then I saw the mark that Qingtian left on the road, and I found this place. I don't know why this place is like a maze, and I fell down while walking. Z showed a smile and reached out his hand to pat away the mud that Katz couldn't reach. He said softly, It's so good to see you again. Yeah, Katz exclaimed, I thought I would never see you again. Be careful. A shout suddenly sounded. It was Cicero's voice, and his projection instantly appeared on the side. Z was stunned, and he lowered his head. His body, his abdominal cavity, had been pierced through by Katz's hand. Katz? So why did you let me see you? The armored man's voice suddenly became sharp. It seemed to be a woman's voice. Chapter 2192. His body was pierced through, and he raised. Z, even with such a fatal injury, didn't show any pain on his face. Strictly speaking, Z wasn't a pure human being. There was no blood coming out from the hand that pierced through his body, only some sparks. You're not Kaz. Who are you? You don't need to know. The woman's voice sounded again. You know I'm here to kill you. That's enough. After that, Iron Man Kaz reached out his other hand to grab the head. However, Z blocked the hand that was about to crush his head with one hand. Yes, he blocked the hand and was in a stalemate with it. He even started to pull out the hand that pierced into his body. Seeing the powerful arm being pulled out bit by bit, the woman's voice was filled with disbelief. Impossible. You don't have much strength left. He didn't answer, but fixed his eyes on Kaz. He knew that the person who wanted to kill him was hiding in Kaz's body. Instantly, Z bent his body and stepped on Kaz's chest. Then he twisted Kaz's chest armor and stared with all his strength. Kaz's arm was forcibly torn off, revealing a fair arm. Isn't this your partner? How dare you? Don't worry, I'll put it back. Z said calmly. Anyway, I often clean Kaz's body. It's not the first time I've taken his body apart. You're too careless. The woman was shocked, but didn't panic. Instead, she kicked the ground with all her strength, kicking up a large amount of sand and dust. Then, she turned around and retreated. The sand and dust could block her vision and create the best opportunity to escape. But to her surprise, Z threw Armored Man Kaz's arm out. The heavy armored arm smashed into Kaz's back, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. When he quickly got up, a black shadow leaped towards him. Z. Get out of my partner's body, Z said in a low voice and punched Kaz's body. This punch directly tore Kaz's body into pieces. A figure rolled out. It was a woman in an ice-blue robe with a bulging belly. Z punched out again, but just as it was about to hit the woman, it stopped abruptly. Are you pregnant? Z's eyes flashed with surprise. According to Cicero, the only one who still retained the seed in this world was himself as the Zaciries. At the same time, according to Gamma, the current world could only continue the fire of human beings through natural conception. However, he couldn't remember when he had interacted with this woman. Facing Z's fist, a trace of fear flashed across the woman's eyes. She suddenly shouted, "The child is yours!" Z was distracted. At this moment, the woman flipped her palm, and what appeared to be half a golden book appeared. Be careful of traps, Cicero suddenly reminded her. Z frowned. After the woman magically took out half of the golden book, there was nothing strange in the surroundings. The woman in the icy blue robe gritted her teeth, and a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. No, I haven't mated with you. This child isn't mine. Z shook his head and quickly stepped forward, grabbing the woman's arm. She struggled a few times, but her arm was clamped by an iron clamp. The woman just stared at the half-golden book in her hand. If Book of Gaia wasn't torn, the woman was filled with hatred. The half of Book of Gaia in her hand didn't have complete functions. Even the ability to travel between different subworlds had become ineffective. For example, now in her perception, the ability to travel had been activated, but she still remained here. Z, can you give this woman to me? At this moment, two figures walked into the courtyard. Metatro and senior sister, Yulia, who seemed to be in a slightly awkward and embarrassed state. Medellin. The moment Medanzo and senior, Yulia, appeared, the woman in the icy blue robe gnashed her teeth. We meet again. Medanzo chuckled and said with a smile, I like good people who deliver packages from thousands of miles away. The woman in the icy blue robe turned her gaze and said coldly, right? This guy, if you can kill him, I can let you see the person you want to see immediately. Her arm was still in Z's grip, but she could feel that Z's fingers were slightly loosened. It looked calm, but the changes in his fingers reflected the changes in his heart. Medanzo frowned and suddenly sneered. I can do it too? Z, do you want to help me kill this woman? We met first. I did it first. At this moment, Z looked directly at Cicero, who was standing not far away, as though he wanted to watch the show, and said calmly, Speak. In fact, within the range I know, there is no feasible way to awaken Miss Gaia. Cicero smiled and said, As for these two guys, it's hard to say if they really have a way. Maybe you can try to kill one of them. Anyway, there are many women among the survivors. The death of one or two won't affect the continuation of the fire seed. Z heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment moved quickly. Madanzo felt that something was wrong and retreated instantly. However, she didn't manage to escape from Death's grasp. Madanzo was short and small, so she was lifted up like a little chick. Whoever can awaken Gaia, I'll give the other one to him, Z said expressionlessly. The woman in the ice-blue robe and Madanzo, who were caught at the same time, were both stunned. They looked at each other subconsciously. The woman in the ice-blue robe clenched her teeth and activated the half of the Book of Gaia again. The golden book instantly emitted a dazzling light. But other than that, there was no other change. The world acceleration also failed. In an instant, the woman in the ice-blue robe looked at Madanzo with even more anger. Madanzo narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, "Sorry, I can't do it. Why don't you let me fight with her? It won't dirty your hands." It was at this moment that a strong vibration began to spread throughout the entire courtyard. Fine stones began to fall from the sky above the courtyard. A crack directly tore the sky of the courtyard. Then a big hole appeared in the sky. In the big hole, a long worm that was dozens of times larger than a python and looked like a lamprey stretched into the courtyard. It instantly crashed into the ground of the courtyard. Bang! Cough, 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 cough. Senior Yulia quickly patted away the dirt, covering her face. Her head and face were covered with dirt as if she had climbed out of a chimney. What the hell is this? Not far away, Madanzo also just got up from the ground. In the courtyard, the huge worm was entrenched and abnormally ferocious. Metatro's eyes narrowed as he subconsciously said, "I thought that the mutated demonic wolves that chased us didn't approach because they were afraid of the Christmas tree. It seems that what they're really afraid of is this big guy." "Senior, you mean?" "It seems that this big worm is the king of monsters in this city." Madanzo took a deep breath. "Do you see the things on its body?" Senior Yulia nodded with a dignified look. The monster Christmas tree they found in the square of the station contained a large red cocoon. However, there were no less than 20 cocoons on the body of this huge long worm that could be seen with the naked eye. They were inlaid on the worm's body like rubies. Senior, why don't we run to another page and hide for now?" "Kerrigan is here," Lucian said. Madanzo said helplessly, "If we run away and the page appears, she will take it for free. Will you beat your chest?" "Kerrigan, where is she?" Senior Yulia frowned. Not only the woman in the ice-blue robe, but Z wasn't near them either. They were scattered by the huge worm's attack. After a crack appeared in the sky above the courtyard, the crack continued to expand. At this moment, the experimental field above the courtyard began to collapse. Huge rocks fell on the ground of the courtyard from time to time, leaving terrifying deep pits everywhere. In front of a courtyard statue that had been smashed into pieces, Z silently watched the huge worm wreaking havoc in the courtyard while Cicero, as projection, stood beside him. "You're the manager of the courtyard. Can't you do something?" Cicero could only smile bitterly. "Maybe in the past, but now, since Miss Gaia turned this place into a courtyard, I'm like a wandering ghost in the courtyard. That's all. If I could have done something, you wouldn't have been stabbed in the beginning." Z lowered his head and looked at the wound on his abdomen. The equipment inside was already exposed, but he shook his head. "It's fine. You don't have to blame yourself." Saying that, Z walked directly towards the huge worm. "What are you doing?" Ciso quickly asked. Z said calmly, "The thing on this big guy? I can't allow it." Saying that, Z instantly jumped up. His body shot out like a cannonball and crashed into the huge worm's body. The impact was so great that the huge worm's body instantly bent. A terrifying hissing sound instantly reverberated in the courtyard. The hissing sound turned into a sound wave and caused a shock wave. In the front wind, Z landed on a red cocoon on the long worm's body. Without a word, Z blasted the cocoon open with a punch. At this moment, he didn't care about the consumption of energy. During these days in the laboratory, Gamma had already replenished his energy. Thus he was able to win against the sneak attack of the woman in the ice-blue robe. A large cocoon shattered. The girl sealed in the cocoon instantly turned into ashes. Z was slightly absent-minded, but he quickly jumped onto another large cocoon. As the source of energy in its body was being destroyed, the gigantic worm was instantly enraged. Its round mouth, which was lined with rows of densely packed teeth, began to move. A sulfuric smell immediately erupted, followed by a gigantic pillar of fire. The flames ignited the dilapidated courtyard. Z suddenly inserted his hands into the worm's body. Then he moved his arms and forcefully tore open a hole in the worm's body. He directly drilled into the worm's body. After a moment, the huge worm's body suddenly stiffened. Then it twisted crazily. Miserable cries were accompanied by even more terrifying sound waves, causing the fragile sky of the courtyard to be instantly filled with dense cracks. Suddenly, the huge worm's body stopped twisting and then directly fell onto the ground. In the blazing fire, the worm's body once again split open with a human-sized wound. He bathed in blood and walked out of the strange worm's body and dragged out a large red cocoon. Z placed his palm on the red cocoon and said softly, "I'll immediately release you." Z. A shout came from the blazing forest. Z turned around and saw a figure staggered over from the blazing fire. It was Remia who was supposed to leave. Z. The girl's shoulder was injured and a lot of blood flowed out. She covered the wound on her shoulder and staggered over. "You should have left." Z was silent for a moment. The girl shook her head. "I already walked to the platform, but I met Mr. Katz. Then Mr. Katz suddenly grabbed me." "He's not Katz." Z shook his head. Remia laughed bitterly and said, self-deprecatingly, "It doesn't matter whether he is or not. Don't you think it's ironic? You abandoned Senior Yulia and escaped alone, but in the end you still couldn't escape." Z said calmly, "It's fine now. After everything calms down, I'll send you out." His gaze was always on the large cocoon that was dug out from the worm's body. Remia walked softly to IZ's side and said softly, "Have you found the person you're looking for?" "Not yet. I haven't either." Remia said faintly, I might never find my brother. I might never be able to leave this place." Z didn't seem surprised. He just grunted softly. "Do you know? I'm actually a terrible person." The girl's voice was lower, more bitter. "I've always been terrible since I was young. I'm not as good as others think." Z looked at her calmly. The girl's face was filled with tears, but her lips had an innocent smile. She had such a smile on her face as she gently stroked her cheeks. "Do you know what I was thinking when I hugged her cold corpse? I was thinking, this troublesome person is finally dead. I don't have to say anything to comfort her anymore. Why didn't I die earlier? I can't even take care of myself." But until the end, you didn't say what you were thinking in front of your companions, right? Perhaps you know. After all, you've been observing me for so long." Remia said softly, "Only then can I be perfect." "Was it the same at the station square?" "At the station square, it was just to make you accept me." It seemed reckless and brave, but it was a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. With that, a dagger pierced towards his heart. "I can't go back. I can't go back." Remia cried even harder. "The people outside, everyone in the City of Freedom, know what kind of person I am. They can see me. They can see what I've done. I can't be a holy maiden anymore. I can only stay here, in this place where no one knows what kind of person I am. If I kill you, I can stay here forever. I'm really terrible. Since I was young, I've been like this." Chapter 2193. In the garden of the village school, a few older children had cornered a thin boy in a corner, cursing and beating him. The reason was that the boy had blasphemed the saint and even caused the holy temple to catch fire. This was the saint's punishment for the village. Since that day, many adults prayed hard, but the effect was not as good as before. The adults said that it was Dasher's doing. This child was born to torture everyone. It's all your fault. I have to pray twice every night. That's right. You still have the face to come to the village school. The little boy was too thin and weak. In the face of his peers who were much stronger than him, he could only curl up on the ground and barely protect the vital parts of his body. During this period, similar things had happened many times. The little boy seemed to be familiar with it, but it was really painful. You're bullying Dasher again. An angry voice was heard. Oh no, it's Remia, run. The older children immediately scattered. Then a girl ran over quickly and hurriedly helped the little boy up from the ground. The little boy shook his head at this time. I'm fine, you can go back. Dasher! The high priest said that I'd better not see you for a while, or else it will affect your studies. The little boy whispered, If the villagers know that you're with me, a sinner who blasphemed the saint, they'll blame you. Hey, Remia, don't cry, I'm fine. These guys don't hurt, I don't care at all. You see, it really doesn't hurt. Liar. The girl cried, It's all a lie. It's obviously blasphemy. Remia. The little boy's voice suddenly became heavy and interrupted the girl. Remember, it's me who climbed up the statue, not you. You're the candidate of the Holy Maiden. You'll become the Holy Maiden, the perfect Holy Maiden. Dasher, I should go. The little boy said quickly, The Holy Temple seems to be repaired soon. During the reopening ceremony, I'll go to see you. At that time, you'll be loved and respected by the villagers. Her lips trembled. There were some words that she could not say. How should she respond? How should she confess? How should she tell Dasher, who had suffered everything and would face more in the future, that she was the one who had pushed everything to him in the first place? He couldn't say it. He couldn't say it. He was completely speechless. He was such a terrible person who was full of lies. I will become a holy maiden. No matter how difficult the path ahead is, no matter what method I have to use, I will become a holy maiden. I will. I can't do it. The dagger stabbed into S. chest crazily, and the girl's chaotic and hurried roars were heard. Why are you acting like you don't care? Why did he have to pretend that he didn't when he clearly knew? Why are you looking at me so expectantly? Why force me to be a dishonest person? Why can't I be a holy maiden candidate? Why can't I lie? Why is it that even I don't know which one of my words is true and which one is false? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? The dagger was stabbed and pulled out, and then stabbed again after it was pulled out, stabbing the chest that would not bleed, stabbing into the eyes that had witnessed his sins and lies. I'm clearly such a person. Why did you save me? Why are you still pretending that you don't know anything and traveling with me? Why can't you hate me from the beginning? Why can't you leave me in the lurch? Why? Don't look at me. Don't look at me like that. Don't always have expectations of me. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to respond. I don't want to respond. Lying is too tiring. I'm really, really tired. I'm really, really tired. She stopped. Perhaps she was tired, but didn't show any signs of collapsing. Even though the clothes around his chest had been stabbed into pieces, it didn't really hurt him much. The dagger fell to the ground, and the girl fell to the ground. I can't kill you. I can't kill you. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I don't want to. She curled up, biting her nails with her trembling teeth, and repeating the same words in her mouth. If you don't go back, it means that you can't find the person you want to find. Dasher. Z slowly squatted down. Don't you want to find him? I don't want to go back. I don't want to. I don't want to go back. She seemed to be trapped in a cage. She couldn't see, hear, feel, or even herself. But I'll still find him. Z stretched out his hand and gently tidied up the girl's messy hair. If you want to stay here, then stay here. Because even I can't tell if you hope to find Dasher or if you hope to never see him again. Maybe what you should really find is yourself. Z withdrew his hand and slowly stood up. His eyes focused and he looked to one side. At this moment, he saw the woman in the ice blue robe. Compared to before, the woman's expression was much more relaxed. The other half of the golden book was floating in the woman's palm. What a waste! What a waste! The woman looked at the unconscious girl on the ground and said indifferently, "You had such a good chance, but you wasted this time." Z frowned and thought for a while she should be influenced by you like Kaz by some means. The woman in the ice blue robe chuckled. The influence is real, but the means? For this child, I don't even need to use any means. It's just a few words. If my words are the devil's temptation, then she is the fallen one who is willing to jump into hell. I didn't force her. You don't know, right? Before I came to find you, Remia had killed all your companions. The survivor's woman, Gamma, and your companions. Z sighed slowly. I rarely hate a person, especially since there are not many people in this world. I find that I really don't like you. Z appeared in front of the woman in the ice blue robe in a flash, but the woman calmly raised the half of the golden book in her hand. This half of the Book of Gaia seemed to have recovered its spiritual side. This time the moment it burst out its brilliance, something strange happened. With it, I can rewrite the fate of the characters in the book at will. The woman in the ice blue robe sneered. Even if I can't decide the fate of the protagonist, I can still influence your behavior. For example, I can make you pause temporarily. Circles of light spread out, and as the light spread, his body began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a human, his skin quickly lost its moisture and became dull. At the same time, various parts in his body suddenly emitted a harsh sound, that kind of tight, rusty friction sound. He even struggled to raise his arm. It's just a partial fast-forward of your time. Fast-forward to the ending state. The woman in the ice blue robe showed a satisfied smile. It seems that your best fate is to age your body, stop functioning, and finally become a pile of scrap iron. S. lips were opening with difficulty, but it was more like it was difficult to pry open. He had lost the ability to move normally. An energy in his body that had been charged by Gamma was almost gone at this moment. But the light pattern stopped at this moment. The woman in the ice blue robe closed the book in her hand, then took out a short sword with a beautiful scabbard and slowly pulled it out. Of course, I won't let you speed up the ending and die. I don't want this world to start over again. So, I can only kill you personally. The page is mine. Holding the short sword high, the woman suddenly stabbed it in between S. eyebrows in excitement. An enormous black shadow also descended from the shattered sky above the courtyard at this time. Or perhaps it swooped down, accompanied by an urgent cry. Your Highness! The huge black shadow fell. It was a huge toad the size of half a car. When the woman in the icy blue robe saw this, she subconsciously raised the Book of Gaia in her hand. The book's light burst out, but this time there were no light patterns. This meant that the Book of Gaia had become ineffective again. Damn it! At this time it actually... Bang! The huge toad, Taramaru, fell directly to the ground, knocking the woman in the ice blue robe out in an instant. He landed, bounced up again, and landed on the ground. After a few times, he finally hit a tree trunk, and even his neck was bent. The woman in the ice blue robe's eyes widened with anger and disbelief, but she still didn't move. At the same time, a figure fell from Taramaru's back. Miss Gamma. After falling to the ground, Taramaru could no longer get up. He lost his movement. As for Gamma, she struggled to get up and staggered to the side of Eddie, who was like a rusty statue for 100 years. Gamma, Ma, I will fix it, I will. Gamma held the face full of wrinkles in front of her in panic. You still have to find Gaia. You can't die. I won't allow you to die in front of me. You can't. We still have to do actual combat training. This is what you owe me. Remember, this is what you owe me. This is what you owe me. At this time, Miss Gamma resolutely stood on her tiptoes and printed on this dry and cracked lips. For a long time, Miss Gamma's eyelids began to tremble and close little by little. She leaned into Z's arms and didn't move again. In the dilapidated courtyard, the raging fire was gradually extinguished. In the barren forest, two figures hurried over. Metatro and senior sister, Yulia. Remia curled up on the ground like a puppet. Taramuru couldn't see any signs of breathing at all. As for the woman in the ice-blue robe not far away, her body was hanging upside down, her neck was twisted, and it was obvious that she was dead. Z stood motionless. His lips would occasionally move slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Gamma leaned against the foot of E. She seemed to have just fallen asleep. It seems we are late. Yulia was silent for a while. I didn't expect it to end like this. It was hard for her to imagine that things would end in this way. How could things end in this way? Z was clearly created in the appearance of the boss. At this time, Madanzo walked towards the woman in the ice-blue robe without saying a word. Half of the Book of Gaia was scattered on the ground next to the woman's arm. Madanzo shook his head. Maybe even you didn't think it would be like this, Morrigan. After that, he sighed softly. As if it was a habit of his body, Madanzo suddenly drew a cross in front of his chest and murmured, "May all hatred also dissipate in the dust. The mistakes that the kingdom of heaven once made will naturally be borne by it." After taking a slow breath, Madanzo bent down to pick up the half of the Book of Gaia on the ground. But at this moment, the half of the Book of Gaia suddenly seemed to be absorbed by something and quickly rushed into the sky. Madanzo frowned subconsciously and raised his head in shock. Above the shattered sky of the courtyard, there was actually a figure standing there. It was a woman wearing a black evening gown. Her face was seductive and languid, and her beauty was unparalleled. "Miss Yuyi." Suddenly, Senior Yulia let out a cry of surprise. The moment she saw the woman in the black evening dress in the sky, she subconsciously walked forward. But Senior Yulia quickly stopped in her tracks, and her expression changed slightly. She exclaimed again, "You are the sage of the free city." The woman in the black evening dress in the sky had her eyes fixed on Madanzo. The woman's face began to smile, and she slowly said, "Long time no see, Sir Metatron." "Lily, right?" Madanzo sneered at this time. "Indeed, it has been a long time. I remember the last time I saw you was when you tried to get your body from him. It seems that you were the one who planned all of this behind the scenes. What a venomous woman. Do I look good now, Sir Metatron?" The woman, the sage, smiled again. "I like it very much." Madanzo shook his head. "I am not very familiar with the one who looks like this, so I won't comment. It's good that you like it." "Is that so?" The sage's expression instantly became indifferent. "Sir Metatron, please return the other half of the Book of Gaia to me." As soon as he said that, the other half of the Book of Gaia instantly rushed out from Madanzo's arms. He didn't even have time to catch it, and the book had already flown into the hands of the sage. "Morrigan, what a useless guy. I have already given her the Book of Gaia to use." The sage shook his head and said indifferently, "Sure enough, these outer gods are just guys who like to exaggerate and are incompetent and furious. No wonder it was so easy for that woman to uproot the entire celestial system." Yulia's eyes narrowed. The main point, that woman, could it be? The senior looked at the sage at this moment, and there was a sincere look of pity in her eyes. She remembered that last time. She also saw a woman in black wearing a maid's vest appear. What happened to that woman in black? Oh, that's right, the skin on that woman's face was torn off and then smashed into smithereens. Hashtag PS. After being caught by the mother of the strongest creature in the universe to clean up for a day, I was too tired and accidentally transmigrated in my sleep. This chapter was not published before 12 o'clock, sorry. Chapter 2194. Hearing Lily's disdain for the Celtic gods that Kerrigan once belonged to, Madanzo did not seem to have any intention of refuting. He just looked at Lily's appearance again and suddenly asked curiously, "Lily, I'm not interested in the agreement between you and the palace of blazing heaven. I'm just curious. You're still using her appearance to wander around. Aren't you afraid that she'll come to find you one day? She's very stingy, you know. If she wanted to find me, she would have found me long ago." The sage chuckled. "As for the future, who knows what will happen in the future? Seeing how confident you are, I'm relieved." Madanzo nodded and immediately said, "I can feel that this page world is shaking. I'm afraid that the pages here will appear soon, right? If it were me, I would also pick this time to harvest leeks. But the problem is, I don't understand why you're doing so many tricks behind my back. If even you can't guess it, I don't intend to tell you, Lord Metatron." The sage Lily sneered and directly combined the 2 pages of the Book of Gaia into one. "You'll stay in this world forever." After saying that, the sage Lily in the sky instantly looked at Sri and then slowly extended her finger. Her finger pointed in the air and shot a black light directly at the decaying. With the restored Book of Gaia, she was no longer restricted by the page world's power and became unscrupulous. Madanzo's eyes narrowed, but it was too late to make a move. Moreover, if she really made a move, the consciousness that followed Celia into the Book of Gaia's inner world would disappear completely. Between gains and losses, it seemed that it was better to wait and see. But there were always accidents. Seeing that the sage Lily made a move, Senior Yulia rushed in front of me and opened her hands. "Yulia, you're crazy." Madanzo was shocked. What was wrong with this woman who was always afraid of death and had the temperament of a queen? But, as if she didn't hear him, she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, shouting angrily, "You can call me whatever you want. Little fairy, if you don't come out now, your brother will be killed. Your favorite brother." The black light instantly pierced through Yulia's shoulder, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it went straight for her heart. In the blink of an eye, the shattered courtyard burst into brilliant light. The black light that was about to pierce through was annihilated instantly. The sage Lily frowned slightly. She saw that the fire in the broken courtyard had been extinguished, and the spring aura began to glow. Everything that was burned was recovering quickly. Even the broken dome of the courtyard was recovering at this time. The sage Lily felt a chill in her heart. She turned around abruptly. She saw that a little girl had appeared behind her. The girl closed her eyes slightly and was slowly opening them at this time. "Brother!" Seeing this, the sage Lily's brows suddenly relaxed. She chuckled and took out the intact Book of Gaia. Then, she took out a black cross sword from the pages of the book. "If I can't kill him, then I'll try to kill you." Lily sneered and said, "If you can kill him, then the rest of the pages will be much more convenient." The black cross stabbed toward the little girl who had just recovered. Facing the sharp stab, the little girl suddenly waved her hand, and an air wall condensed like a whirlpool and sucked the tip of the sword. The sage Lily couldn't move an inch forward at this time. The power of the sage level. The sage Lily was shocked and subconsciously looked at the little girl's eyes. In just an instant, she let go of the black cross sword in her hand and retreated dozens of meters, as if she was escaping. The little girl flew straight to Lilith, the saint. A trace of confusion and panic flashed in the sage Lily's eyes, but she quickly made a decision. She actually opened the Book of Gaia and directly left this page world. That vicious woman, Madanzo cursed, which was rare of him. But at this moment, the woman in the ice-blue robe and the unconscious Remia were sucked into the whirlpool that suddenly appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Senior, Yulia crawled up with injuries, and she was in so much pain that she looked like she was about to have a cramp. They should have been taken away by Lily. Madanzo shook her head. That fellow has so many arrangements. and Morgan should be very important to her plan, so she had to take him away. But I don't understand Remia. No. Yulia said anxiously, I'm talking about her. She came to find you. Her? Madanzo was startled and subconsciously looked up, only to see the little girl who had scared away Lily descending toward her. No. Senior, quick, come to me. Yulia hurriedly shouted, she's not looking for you. She's looking for a. You're blocking the way. Blocking the way. Madanzo had probably never heard such words in her life, so she couldn't react for a moment. But soon, she ran toward Yulia. The little girl flew over from a low altitude, landed on the ground, and slowly walked to the side of the decaying tree. There was nothing else in the girl's eyes. A smile suddenly appeared on her calm face. Although he was decaying and couldn't move, the girl didn't care at all. She gently hugged his waist and pressed her cheek against his body. Quiet, satisfied, and eternal. Yulia and Madanzo didn't dare to make a sound. They saw that the girl and he were turning into stardust bit by bit and dissipating with the wind. The courtyard was still full of the breath of spring, and the stardust scattered with the wind. In the end, there was only Miss Gamma left, sleeping quietly forever. Well, sister-in-law's victory. Yulia said coldly, What? Madanzo was stunned at this time. Yulia shrugged and said, Isn't Gaia Dr. Cicero's adopted daughter? Miss Gamma is also Dr. Cicero's daughter. That is, Gaia is sister-in-law. This is sister-in-law's victory, right? Madanzo shook her head, sat down, and muttered, Book of Gaia was taken away. It's still a question whether we can leave this page world. Senior, book page. We still have a page. Yulia said in surprise at this time. In the sky above the courtyard, a glittering golden page was slowly descending. Madanzo and Yulia looked at each other. The senior quickly reached out and grabbed the page in her hand. She subconsciously said, Is it the girl just now? No. Madanzo thought for a while and said, Perhaps because this world has inadvertently reached its proper ending. A proper ending? Senior sister, Yulia, was subconsciously stunned. At this time, the courtyard, full of the breath of spring, suddenly welcomed a crazy vibration. In the space of the courtyard, countless huge cracks appeared and swallowed everything. In just a few thoughts, they saw outside the courtyard. The real sky, the cold and desolate world, covered by gray snow, was also being swallowed and disappeared at this time. The ending here is actually to return to nothingness. How can it be like this? Bring Selayon with you. At this time, Metatro quickly took the remaining page from Senior Sister's hand. This is also a special page. Why do I feel like it's a coincidence? That's not right. Since Book of Gaia has been in Lily's hands for a long time, she must have entered it before. I'm afraid that these page worlds that haven't finished the plot are all special pages, or they are extremely important pages. Senior, I'm ready. What's the next world like? At this time, Senior Sister, Yulia, had already carried Sister Selayon on her back. Speaking of which, Sister Selayon was the one who had truly laid down in this page world. Ever since she entered the laboratory, Miss Gamma had placed Sister Selayon in the treatment room. She wanted to wake her up, but she had never succeeded. It's a world where the power won't be suppressed very much. Madanzo quickly said, I used it as a springboard to escape from Gamma's biological laboratory and stayed there for a short time. It feels okay. Let's go first. Yulia nodded. As long as her ability could be used, the Black Soul's body could be atomized, and her safety would be greatly improved. Before disappearing, Yulia finally took a look at the courtyard that was about to be destroyed. Vaguely, she seemed to see a man with long silver hair standing at the last pure land. The man seemed to be smiling at her. However, when she took a closer look, the mysterious man with long silver hair had disappeared. This page world had truly come to an end. It became pitch black, In the kingdom of winter, a light beam fell. In the cold castle, in the queen's palace, several figures appeared. Lily, who had the status of a sage, the woman in the ice-blue robe, and Remia. At this time, the woman in the ice-blue robe still had her neck twisted, and she had no breath. Sage, Lily opened the Book of Gaia. The woman in the ice-blue robe, Kerrigan or Hwang. Her twisted and broken body was recovering. Soon, Kerrigan had recovered and could breathe again. "It's you." Kerrigan frowned after waking up. When she saw the intact Book of Gaia in Sage Lily's hands, she understood and couldn't help but ponder. If you didn't have a character in this world, you would really be dead. Sage, Lily leaned lazily on the Ice Queen's throne. "When I lent you the Book of Gaia, I didn't expect you to be so useless. You actually failed and even died once when you had the upper hand. I didn't expect Metatron to appear." Kerrigan was slightly angry. "This is your responsibility. Don't you know how dangerous Metatron is?" "No matter how dangerous it is, he is already half crippled." Sage, Lily shook her head. "This is not an excuse for failure. Listen, if you weren't the queen of this world, I wouldn't have saved you. You even lost half of the Book of Gaia." Kerrigan was silent. She couldn't defeat Lily, who had the appearance of the woman she hated the most, especially when the Book of Gaia was back in her hands. Time passed. Lily suddenly said, "I can feel her presence here. If I'm not wrong, it should be the girl called Jahan." Kerrigan thought for a while and said, "Didn't that archangel want to borrow the sage's father?" as longing for his daughter and use the hatred and obsession she left behind before she ascended to heaven as nourishment to recreate her as a sage? Later, I don't know what happened, but this girl walked out of the painting. You don't have to tell me. I know. Sage, Lily nodded indifferently. Then she threw the Book of Gaia to Kerrigan again. She instinctively took the Book of Gaia, but looked at Lily in surprise. I can summon the book back at any time," Lily said indifferently, "but without the book, you might not even be able to deal with an illusion of her. Don't worry. This time there is an additional important page, and a special page in the Book of Gaia. Its functions have been improved, and it should be enough for you to use." Kerrigan's gaze froze, and her expression was cold. "Don't let hatred blind your eyes." Lily ran her fingers through her hair. "Unless your brute force is so strong that you can overturn the entire kingdom of heaven in an instant, you should use your brain more when facing that woman, even if it's just an incomplete illusion of her. You don't plan to stay here." Kerrigan frowned. "Sage," Lily said indifferently, "I'm conquering the last world. I'll always be there, so I don't have time to care about you. There's not much time left outside, so you should take care of yourself. You found the entrance to the inner world." Kerrigan's expression froze. However, the figure of the saint, Lilith, was gradually fading away from the throne at this time. "Lily." Kerrigan snorted and slowly walked to the throne. Her gaze was cold. "Everything in the kingdom of heaven. I won't let it go. Stand up. Class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher, Ching Tian." "Goodbye, students." A satisfied smile appeared on Ching Tian's face. Then she opened the door and left the students on the way would also greet her. Well, greet another teacher. The most beautiful woman in the school. The most popular woman among the male students. "Hello, teacher, Ching Tian." "Oh, hello." Ching Tian greeted her a little cautiously, but it was difficult to look away from her face. He had no choice but to push up his glasses. "What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind?" The woman smiled and said, "Is it something in class?" "Yes, I guess so." Ching Tian nodded. The woman said, "I heard that a student in your class applied to drop out. Is that true?" "Yes." Ching Tian nodded and then sighed. "I recently met with the student's guardian. It's her brother, but I don't know what to say. Her brother doesn't seem to care much about this matter. The woman suddenly grabbed Qingtian's hand and said softly, "If you don't mind, I can be your confidant, teacher, Qingtian." "Oh, okay," Qingtian said in a daze. "Teacher Lily, you're so beautiful." The woman immediately let out a pleasant laugh. Chapter 2195. Home Visit. Yes, regarding your younger sister's application to drop out of school. I hope that we can discuss it in detail. If possible, when we can work with your schedule. If it's at night, it's fine. Let's do it tonight, then. Boss Luo didn't intend to hide anything, and he spoke at a normal volume. But after he hung up the phone, there was a soft sound of the door closing. The "Do Not Disturb" sign in front of the girl's door was still shaking. "I've been living here for a few days now," Boss Luo thought to himself. However, the expansion at the edge of the town was not much. It was probably only 1 or 2 meters. He came to the door of the girl's room and knocked. "Is there anything you want to eat tonight?" As usual, there was no response. "Then I'll go out and buy something." "Open the door, close the door. Open the door." The girl cautiously poked her head out. Then she shifted her gaze and tiptoed out. At this time, the girl had wrapped herself in a headscarf, put on a pair of sunglasses and a mask. She also carried an oversized tote backpack and an umbrella. She was going to wander during the home visit. "Wah, what's your name?" "Sorry, it's just my instinctive reaction." Yulia smiled embarrassedly and then stomped the ground hard. When she found that it was really the ground and not an illusion, she immediately felt relieved. The descent this time was not too bad, as it directly landed on the ground, through the only remaining special page. His current location seemed to be somewhere near the coastline. At this time they were on a cliff by the seaside. Below them they could see a small town. Indeed, as Madanzo had said, the suppression of this page world wasn't that serious. Yulia even felt as if she had gotten rid of her shackles. At the very least, she was able to turn her black soul into mist, and her safety was guaranteed. "It's still early. We should be able to reach the town below before nightfall." Madanzo looked around and quickly said, "Try not to stay in one place for too long. Lily is much harder to deal with than Kerrigan." Yulia finally had the time to gossip. "Senior, what's the background of this Lily C? It seems that you two are very familiar with each other." "I'm not familiar with it. I've never tried it before." Madanzo shrugged. "Never tried? What the hell do you mean by never tried?" "Senior sister," Yulia opened her mouth wide. "This senior, 11th beginning, should be a veteran black soul spy hiding in heaven. When he was in the Wraith realm, the 6-winged form he displayed was suspected to be a member of the Blazing Angels. However, senior sister, Yulia had never heard of a Blazing Angel with the name Metatron among the forces of the giant heavenly kingdom when she was wandering in the dimensional void. Even if I tell you about Lily C now, there are many things you don't understand." Madanzo shook her head again. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but there are too many legends about her. Even I can't find the source of her legends." Yulia's heart skipped a beat. "Too many legends?" Madanzo said meaningfully, "The path of unification isn't easy, but the more legends there are, the wider the spread. I don't know where she learned this evil path from, but she managed to become a saint by accident. However, I think what she wants the most is a real physical body." Yulia nodded as if she understood something. She took Sister Celine from Madanzo and carried her on her back. Madanzo walked in front and held the only special page on their side. She seemed to be reading it. The senior opened her mouth. She also wanted to see the content of the page. "You want to see it?" Madanzo suddenly turned around. Yulia shook her head immediately. She said that the more one knew, the faster one would die. This was the eternal truth of the void dimension. However, Madanzo threw the page to Yulia and said with a smile, "It's okay. Just say that I asked you to see it." "Oh, it's indeed different to have a big boss looking after you." Senior sister, Yulia, directly took the page and lowered her head to take a look. Then she was dumbfounded. This was because this time the page didn't have those words that she couldn't understand, but she could understand the meaning behind them. Senpai this. Yulia looked at Madanzo subconsciously. Madanzo shrugged and scratched her head. It's the same as the 2 pages you gave me before. There's nothing written on it. Perhaps only by finding all the pages and putting them into the complete Book of Gaia will there be changes? It seems that Lily really found an incredible void artifact this time. I just don't know where she got it from. Yeah, the Book of Gaia is too strange. Yulia nodded with a sigh. However, she was hesitant. This Senpai 11 didn't seem to have seen the contents of the 2 pages. In other words, she was the only one who saw the contents of the 2 pages? But why didn't the 3rd page appear this time? The 3 people silently walked toward the small town under the cliff. By the way, what's your original name? Why did you appear as Yulia? Madanzo suddenly asked curiously. Although I can't appear in the Holy Light Kingdom, I still know about the things in the Holy Light Kingdom. Yulia is actually quite good. Yulia thought for a while and said it's nothing. I just want to complete the customer's request. Maybe it's fate? Actually, I'm also called Yulia. There's such a thing. Madanzo blinked, nodded, and didn't ask more. Huh, what's that? Senpai pointed forward and immediately shivered. Pages! In the distance, they saw something floating towards them in the sea breeze. The 2 of them instantly lost their composure and were both stunned. Madanzo reached out and grabbed something in the air. He looked down with a slightly strange expression and shook his head. It's not a page, it's a flyer for the circus. What's this? Senpai took a look at it. The legendary circus, the Dream Magician, is meeting you tonight? On the street at sunset, the shadows of the 2 people gradually elongated. Qingtian was walking side by side with Senpai Lily, the most popular girl in the school. The envious eyes of the passers-by kept looking at them. Qingtian puffed out her chest and seemed to be a little excited. Senpai, Qingtian, it seems to be here, right? Oh, let me see, it's here. Qingtian looked at the address book in her hand. It should be the unit on the 7th floor of Block B. Let's go up. Please wait, Senpai Qingtian. The perfect woman in front of her suddenly said softly, I suddenly remembered that we didn't bring anything. It seems a little inappropriate for us to visit them. We're doing a home visit. What's inappropriate? Qingtian said, subconsciously, but soon her eyes became a little strange, and she said blankly, Yes, it's indeed a little inappropriate. Senpai, Qingtian, why don't you go to the nearby store to buy some gifts? Lilith chuckled. Then she whispered into Fairski's ear, I'll wait here for you to come back. Is that okay? Her breath smelled like orchids. Okay, I'll go right away. She looked at the Qingtian doll with satisfaction, gradually disappearing at the corner of the street at dusk. After all, she let the troublemaker leave, didn't she? Then next, the woman raised her head, looked at the commercial building in front of her, and walked straight in with a smile. The guard didn't stop her because she was so beautiful that it made people lose their souls, as if they were willing to do anything for her. Soon, she had already arrived at the door of the unit on the destination floor and pressed the doorbell, waiting quietly. The moment we meet, I'll just kill him. Or would it be safer to use the normal method to try it out first? Because of the experience in Z-World, the woman deeply understood how dangerous it was to directly kill the absolute male protagonist of the page world. Important supporting roles could be killed, but the absolute male and female protagonists were the bottom line of a page world. After all, it wasn't easy to find the entrance to this world. The woman slightly tidied up her collar and hair. Then she held a briefcase with both hands, and her posture completely showed off her perfect body. The professional female teacher suit should be the dress that many men yearned for. Even the protagonist couldn't escape from the conventional aesthetic and interests. She chuckled lightly, but the waiting time seemed to be a bit long. After a minute, The door seemed to have no intention of opening. This made the woman couldn't help but frown. She was sure that the address was correct. Is no one home? She frowned slightly. Excuse me, who are you looking for? At this moment, a man's voice came from behind the woman. She suddenly turned around, only to see a young man in plain clothes standing behind her, with a big shopping bag in his hand. Z. No, it should be Luoya's brother. She instantly reacted and showed a smile. You should be Luoya's brother, right? Hello, my name is Lily, a foreign language teacher in Luoya's school. This time I accompanied teacher Qingtian on a family visit. Really? The young man in front of her slightly tilted his head, as if he was sizing her up, and then smiled slightly. Teacher Lily, you're so beautiful. You're funny. Lily's eyes seemed to be more watery, and she covered her mouth and smiled shyly. It seemed that he was not that difficult to deal with. Perhaps she was too careful. After all, this page world was an unfinished world, and it was not a high-energy world. There was nothing to be too careful about. Please come in first. The young man directly walked past Lily at this time, took out the key, and opened the door. This environment, with his back facing her, was too suitable. Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly. If she were to make a move like this, no, it was better to make a move now. In the briefcase, a delicate dagger slowly appeared, and the smile on the woman's face became wider. Suddenly, Lily, legend has it that you're Adam's first wife, right? Lily was stunned, and the hand holding the dagger suddenly stopped. Listening to the young man who was opening the door, she opened her mouth and subconsciously said, What did you just say? The young man turned back and smiled. Nothing. I just found that the name of Teacher Lily is the same as the legendary Lily, so I'm curious. Please don't mind. Legend. Was there such a legend in this world? The woman's eyes flashed with doubt. She was a newcomer and didn't thoroughly study the historical background of this page world. But this page world was just the size of a small town. How could it be? Lily shook her head. It's just the first time I heard it, so I'm a little surprised. Please come in. The young man made a gesture of inviting her in. You don't need to take off your shoes. This is the basic courtesy. Lily giggled. At the entrance, she lifted her heel, supported herself against the wall, and slowly took off her high-heeled shoes. At this time, the tight-fitting skirt was squeezed out more perfect lines. But the young man had already entered the room, and it seemed that he didn't care about the benefits given by the woman at this time. Just sit anywhere you like, he said casually in the room. I'll pack up the things I just bought. Teacher Lily, please wait a moment. It's okay, you go ahead. The woman said softly, but she had already stood up, stepped on the heel of the other's shoe, took it off, and walked into the room. In the semi-open kitchen, the young man was sorting out the supplies in the shopping bag. Lily looked around the room and asked casually, By the way, Luoya, is she at home? She's not in the room? The young man looked up and immediately thought for a while, if she's not in the room, she probably went out to wander. Wander what? Lily couldn't help but be surprised. She suddenly remembered the description of Qingtian, who had already met this brother. She didn't know how to describe this brother of Luoya's. It seemed that he didn't care about his sister's matter. She'll come back when she's hungry. The young man smiled and then came out with a glass of water from the kitchen. Don't worry. Besides, Teacher Lily, this time you're mainly here to look for me. Lily frowned slightly but nodded and said, That's right. After all, you're the only guardian. It's necessary for you to deal with the matter of dropping out. He put the glass of water in front of Lily, smiled, and said, You've just run over a few worlds, so you should be thirsty. Please. She subconsciously reached out to take it, but the moment she heard those words, her fingers flicked, and the glass fell to the ground in an instant, overturning. You. The woman's eyes instantly became sharp. She couldn't move. She couldn't even speak. Only her eyes could see. The young man raised his hand at this time, and his finger gently brushed across her cheek. He asked her, Do you like this face very much? Her eyes turned sharply, but she couldn't say a word. The feeling of trembling began to spread from the depths of her soul. If it weren't for the fact that her body couldn't move, she would have been trembling, shivering, powerless. What a coincidence, me too. The young man smiled at this time. Tonight, stay for dinner, Teacher Lily. His finger moved away from Lily's face, and the woman suddenly regained all the senses in her body, but she had already collapsed to the ground. She looked up in horror. Even though she regained control of her body, she didn't even have the strength to get up at this time. The young man returned to the kitchen at this time. I plan to make sweet and sour pork tonight. Can you eat sour food, Teacher Lily? I'm okay. Her voice trembled. Chapter 2196. It's the eternal male protagonist in the Book of Gaia. There's no mistake. After all, it's not the first time I've encountered the page world. However, Teacher Lilith sat on the sofa in bewilderment, looking at the busy figure in the open kitchen. She suddenly had a feeling of absurdity, or perhaps unreality. She couldn't even get out of this unfinished page world. All the channels seemed to have been blocked in an instant. She gradually became weak and became like a mortal. She became like Teacher Lily in this unfinished page world, an ordinary foreign language teacher. You are the real. The woman's voice slowly sounded. Boss Luo, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, suddenly stopped. He raised his head and saw that Lilith's subordinate on the sofa stood up nervously, instantly. Boss Luo said indifferently, "The real what?" Lilith's throat made a secret sound as she probed. In the Book of Gaia, everything about him is described by the person himself. How do you want me to answer you? Boss Luo asked expressionlessly. Lilith hardened her heart, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let me leave this place, and I swear I will never invade this page world again." That was her real thought at this time. This world of the core pages was too abnormal. She had never encountered a character in the pages that could directly counter the holder of the Book of Gaia, and it was this kind of overwhelming counter. "Teacher Lilith, don't you want the pages of this world anymore?" Boss Luo smiled at this time. "If you never step here, it means you will never be able to complete the collection of the Book of Gaia. Are you willing?" What do you mean?" She couldn't help but be startled. Doubts flashed in her eyes. She hadn't felt this way for a long time. She couldn't guess the other party's thoughts at all. She was completely afraid of the other party. She had to be careful, as if there were restrictions everywhere. "I don't mean anything for now." Boss Luo shook his head. "Because I haven't thought about it yet. When I figure it out, I may tell you." Lily couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Boss Luo came out with a plate. On the plate were freshly cut fruits. He placed the plate in front of Lily. "There's still some time before dinner. Let's talk about something." "What do you want to know?" Lily took a deep breath and calmed down. At this time, she understood that at least the other party wouldn't harm her immediately. She still had room to maneuver. Boss Luo thought at this time and said, "Where did you get the Book of Gaia?" Lily thought in her heart. Boss Luo said calmly, "I have the ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and it's usually not bad. I found the book in the treasure vault of the Free City." Lily hesitated and said, "That's the treasure vault where the sage collected the spoils of war. It was hidden in an inconspicuous corner." "Which battle's spoils of war?" "I don't know." Lily shook her head. "About the Book of Gaia, how much do you know?" Boss Luo asked again. "One page, one world. A semi-real world comparable to a subworld." Lilith said in a deep voice, "Every page world can even give birth to crystals that are similar to the origin units of subworlds. I'm afraid that even in the dimensional void, it would be a super treasure that the void giants would fight over." "The pages in the book, when you found it, were they already scattered?" "Yes." Lily nodded. "I spent a long time to collect a lot of pages and gradually restore the function of the Book of Gaia. Currently, I still lack some key pages. Do you know who I am?" Boss Luo asked again at this time. In response to this question, Lily had to think carefully. In fact, she already had some guesses in her heart. You are the real owner of the Book of Gaia? Boss Luo shook his head, but suddenly said, I'm not the owner of this book, but I can use this book. I can use it now. Who can create an immeasurable void artifact like the Book of Gaia? That's at least the level that he can reach. Wait, what did he just say? It can be used now. Lily reacted in an instant. She frowned. In other words, the reason for his overwhelming suppression on her was that the authority of the Book of Gaia was higher than hers. That's all. If that's all, do you know why the City of Freedom needs a sage like you? Boss Luo's voice instantly interrupted Lily's inner thoughts. She looked at him in shock. How could she not know about the City of Freedom? Because I'm the reason. Boss Luo smiled slightly at this time. What? She pressed both hands on the table and propped herself up. Her eyes were filled with shock and panic and disbelief. She screamed, You are the real owner of the Kingdom of Heaven! Not exactly, but it's generally correct. Boss Luo said casually, At least for the current Kingdom of Heaven. It does need to pay me some fees every once in a while to continue using the Kingdom of Heaven. Lily's face turned pale instantly. She sat on the sofa weakly and muttered to herself, What kind of terrible abyss did I fall into? If he didn't lie, then he was an existence that even he had to bow to. For the existence of the Kingdom of Heaven, if he didn't hesitate to hand over that woman's soul. Lily's mind went blank. This was seriously different from what she had planned. This time, it was out of her expectation. Suddenly, Lily thought of something more terrible. Even her voice trembled. My face! Because of this, I should have erased you from the source of everything the moment I saw you. Boss Luo said calmly, But because you have such a face, I didn't do it. Do you understand? Understood. Her body shivered. I won't use it again. The shivering of the soul directly appeared on the surface of her body. It made all the pores on her body feel as if they encountered static electricity, and her scalp was numb. No, you can do it for now. Boss Luo shook his head and said casually, Because if you didn't use it, you would have disappeared now. Lily's heart was in a mess. Boss Luo sighed again. But if you continue to use it, my dissatisfaction with you will continue to accumulate. Then maybe I'll destroy you in a way that you don't want to face at all. By the way, Miss Lily, have you ever tortured someone you hate? The kind that makes them feel more painful than death? Just these few words were enough to torture her. She only hoped that this would be an inadvertent nightmare. She would wake up soon. You. Lily sighed slowly. Her heart was beating rapidly due to nervousness and panic. She said slowly, What do you want me to do? I said, I haven't thought about it. Are you kidding me? The woman was almost driven crazy. She roared angrily, If you have the ability, you can erase me now. Boss Luo nodded directly, yes. Lilith subconsciously looked at her own body and saw that starting from her legs, her body was slowly fading away. In that instant, she was pulled back from the edge of anger and fear. The disappearing had spread to the upper body. No, don't make me disappear. I beg you. I'll do anything you want me to do. Don't make me disappear. Boss Luo said indifferently. I said, if I don't erase you now, it will only accumulate my dissatisfaction with you. In the near future, I don't even know how to treat you. Getting rid of it earlier may be good for you. I don't care. I don't want to disappear. I don't want to disappear. You can accumulate dissatisfaction with me. You can torture me in the future. But I don't want to disappear. She was almost crazy. She screamed like a knife, scratching the glass. The disappearing had crawled over her chest. Lily's fear had exceeded a certain limit. However, Boss Luo seemed to be indifferent. But this woman who planned everything behind the scenes had an unusual stubbornness that was different from ordinary people. At the moment when she was about to disappear completely, Lily smiled. She used the appearance of the woman in her dreams, showing a trace of a sad but beautiful smile. Her eyes revealed sadness and reluctance. "Can you let me go, my master?" After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and silently waited for her eternal death, until she once again opened her eyes and discovered that the body that had already disappeared had now returned to normal. That terrifying man had returned to the kitchen. He didn't look at her and just said indifferently, "I don't know if I should congratulate you, Miss Lily, because it's the best ending for you to survive the promise. Thank." She almost used all her strength, but couldn't say a complete sentence. At this moment, Boss Luo raised his head and looked at the big screen TV in the living room. "Do you want to see one of your future?" Lilith didn't even have the time to calm down after surviving a calamity when her neck stiffly moved slowly. A long tunnel appeared on the television screen. There was light in front. The camera was moving closer to that faint light. She saw a welded iron door. On the iron door, there was only a palm-sized window. She could see what was inside the iron door. As if she felt something, Lily shook her head slightly and turned her face to the side, as if by doing so, she could distance herself from something terrible. Finally, the camera zoomed in. Through the palm-sized window, she could see clearly what was inside. That was something that could barely be called a creature. It was curled up in the corner of the stone room. Its hair was almost peeled off. Its skin was gray and bony. At this moment, it was shivering in a delirious state. It slowly turned its face. Half of the worm's corpse was hanging on its lips. The eyes that were deeply sunken in its eye sockets were reflected in Lily's pupils. It was her herself. "Impossible, it's not me, it's impossible." Lily instantly fell to the ground. "It's not me, it's not me. I don't want it, I don't want it." A figure rushed out of the building's entrance lobby in an instant. As if he had gone mad, he directly bumped into the pedestrians. He bumped into a fair-ski child who was carrying a fruit basket. "Lily, teacher?" Qingtian, who was knocked to the ground, hurriedly got up. "Teacher Lily, what happened to you?" But the woman didn't stop. She just ran to the street in a panic. Qingtian didn't care about the family visit at this moment. She hurriedly chased after the frightened woman. At this moment, on the rooftop of the opposite building, a pair of watery eyes were looking at all of this with puzzlement, with binoculars. The binoculars weren't high-grade military equipment. They were price-quality goods bought from the internet. But they were enough for her. The girl put down the binoculars with a puzzled look. She lowered her head, crossed her arms, and pondered. She couldn't figure it out. But soon the girl decided to give up thinking and quickly packed up the things in her hands. In front of her was a castle piled up by several cardboard boxes. The rooftop of the opposite building was the destination of the girl's wandering. Here was her secret base. What's more, the girl folded the cardboard boxes and dragged them under the water tank. Then she stuffed some daily necessities and canned food into the big backpack called Terengru. The girl put on her headscarf, sunglasses, and mask, sneakily went downstairs from the fire escape. Then she sneaked all the way. When she passed by the house, the security guard didn't seem to mind. "Xiaoya, are you back after wandering? Are you hungry? It's none of your business." The girl stepped up the stairs, opened the door with a key, and walked into the living room. She saw her brother cooking something in front of the stove. A sour and sweet smell came to her nose. "You're back." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Go wash your hands first. It's almost time to eat." The girl came to the opposite of Boss Luo. She put her hands on the counter and asked curiously with her eyes wide open, "Brother, how did you do it? How did you scare that smug teacher Lily C?" "Don't you like teacher Lily C?" Boss Luo asked suddenly. The girl muttered, "Her face is nothing, but it's a pity that such a good face was matched with the wrong person." "You haven't answered me. What did you do to that woman?" "I accidentally told her a ghost story." Boss Luo chuckled. He dipped a spoon into the sweet and sour juice from the pot and sent it to the girl's mouth. Have a taste. The girl's face was slightly red, and she was a little absent-minded. But soon she gritted her teeth and said angrily, I don't want to be fed. Then the girl ran back to her room. Leaning against the door, the girl stroked her heart. Her heart beat faster. Night had fallen, deep in an alley of the town. Teacher Fersky hesitated as he gradually went deeper. In the end, he found Teacher Lilith, who had been running away like a madwoman, in the depths of the alley. Teacher Lily, she was not as elegant as before. She was now curled up in a dark corner, shivering. That's not me, not me, not me, not me, not. Chapter 2197. The hot coffee was bought from a vending machine on the side of the road. Teacher Ching Tian gave the canned coffee to Teacher Lily, wanting to make her feel better. Teacher Lilith, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly? Teacher Fersky frowned. You didn't wait for me before coming here? Did something bad happen? The woman held the warm coffee in her hand and slowly turned her head, looking at the head of the huge Ching Tian doll in front of her, and said coldly, Teacher Ching Tian, do you often dream? Dream? Teacher Ching Tian asked in surprise, what dream? I'll dream of one or more versions of myself. I'll dream of one or more versions of myself. I'll dream of one or more versions of my life. In fact, I might even dream of one or more versions of myself in a different world. She stared into the Teru Bozu's eyes with a serious expression. I don't remember. Teacher Ching Tian shook her head. We can only remember very few dreams. Maybe we have had them before, but after waking up, we forget them completely. She nodded thoughtfully. At least this meant that Teacher Ching Tian was different from Luya's brother. It still belonged to the role of an unfinished page. Teacher Lilith, if you really encounter any danger, you must remember to tell me. Teacher Ching Tian said seriously, we can call the police. We can't let criminals go free. I feel that Luya's brother is strange. He is very dangerous. Thank you for your concern. Teacher, Lily shook her head. I just accidentally stepped on a cockroach. I have some bad memories about cockroaches. That's why I lost my composure like that. It has nothing to do with the home visit. I haven't met Luoya's guardian yet. I see. Teacher Ching Tian nodded. Bad memories about cockroaches? What kind of bad memory could scare someone to such an extent? I'm much better now. Teacher Ching Tian took a deep breath and showed a slightly pale smile. But I'm afraid we can't continue with the home visit. Teacher Ching Tian, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm a little tired and want to go home to rest. I'll send you back. Teacher Ching Tian quickly said, the home visit can be done another day. I'm worried about you. It worked. Teacher Ching Tian. Lily looked at Teacher Ching Tian. Her charm that could make men fall head over heels for her was useful. Only when facing that person, it was useless. The scene of the future flashed in the woman's mind. She secretly decided that she would never let such a future happen. She would never let herself become a sewer creature. Never. They quickly checked into a hotel in a seaside town. After experiencing many page worlds, this seemed to be the most normal and peaceful start. This even made Yulia feel like she came to a seaside vacation. On the balcony facing the sea, Madanzo was looking at the flyer in her hand. The senior walked over with 2 orange sodas, took the flyer from Madanzo's hand, and asked curiously, Senior, are you also interested in this kind of magic? This doesn't seem to be an ordinary circus. Madanzo took the orange soda, thought for a while, and said, It's called the Legendary Circus. You should have inquired about it, right? You don't seem to be idle. Yulia shrugged her shoulders. The matter of gathering information was always going on. I heard from the boss of the hotel that this legendary fantasy circus would only perform once every time they go to a place and then leave. No one knows how this circus appeared and how it left. It's only rumored that every spectator who watches the circus will never forget it for the rest of their lives. Suddenly appear and suddenly disappear. Madanzo frowned slightly. Senior, what did you think? Madanzo thought for a while and said, Don't you think that this circus has been performing since the beginning? Mysterious appearance and mysterious disappearance is already a kind of magic in itself. So, Yulia thought for a while and said, This circus may be able to provide us with some clues. We should not be far from the central figure. Madanzo pondered and said, There should be mutual attraction between the pages. It will inevitably bring us to the necessary place. I'll go out and inquire about this fantasy circus again. The senior stood up and suddenly said, Senior, do you want to go together? I won't go. Madanzo shook her head. I have other things to do. Let's start the countdown now. When the sun disappears from the sea level, come back here and gather. The fantasy circus traveled around the world. As long as one held its flyer, they would automatically become an audience during the performance. However, the flyer didn't print the specific time and place of the performance. It only knew that the circus would usually mysteriously appear at night. The flyer suddenly appeared in the town. No one knew who brought it and who spread it, but there was no doubt that when it appeared, it became the center of the entire town's topic. Senior sister, Yulia, spent most of the afternoon asking around, but she didn't manage to gather any particularly useful information. Just as she was about to take a break, an extremely familiar figure directly entered her line of sight. Qing Tian. In the page world, there was only one Qing Tian doll walking in human form. He appeared in this town with a big bag in his hand. It seemed that he had just finished shopping crazily. In the evening, the circus members returned to the circus camp, one after another. The rare vacation time was over, and the next step was to prepare for the public performance. The circus magician and leader, Mr. J, was unexpectedly strict about the public performance. It could be said that he had a meticulous attitude. Daphne, what are you doing? The Herculean armor, Kaz, who was mainly responsible for the performance, appeared beside the girl with a curious expression. The girl was holding a black rod-shaped object with both hands and quickly shaking it up and down. There was obviously a spring design inside the rod-shaped object. The faster the shaking speed, the greater the reaction force. I'm training my hand speed. The girl wiped the sweat on her temples at this time. Needless to say, this kind of shaking was very exhausting and torturous, especially the muscles on her arms. They were already sore. Let me try. The Herculean Kaz dodged the rod-shaped object and stood up, but it was too strong, and the spring in the rod suddenly got stuck. The Herculean Kaz laughed awkwardly and said that he had to prepare for the public performance. The girl smiled slightly and didn't mean to blame him at all. The members of the fantasy circus were all very good. If possible, the girl even had the idea of following this circus around the world. That's good. The girl looked at the busy figures in the camp. When night fell and the campfire was lit in the camp, everything became quieter. Here, she would only be Daphne, and no one would talk about her past. Daphne, come and dance? Coming, the girl responded. She really fell in love with this kind of simple and lively, but also a little busy life. Go back. Is there still a way to go back? The sound of the accordion echoed in the camp. It was as if they were celebrating a festival. It was very lively. Outside the camp, a pair of eyes was quietly looking at everything in the camp. This pair of eyes seemed to be trying to find something in the camp. Qingtiankaz, Blue Little Bird, Big Toad, and Iron Follower, the 4 people are all here? Yulia felt that her luck was starting to change. This wave was too smooth. This world was peaceful, and the people were simple and warm. Compared to the previous page worlds, she felt like she had suddenly arrived in heaven. Daphne, I seem to have seen her somewhere before. Yulia suddenly muttered at this time. Do you know Daphne? Suddenly, someone asked her. Yulia subconsciously said, She looks familiar, but I can't remember. Old, old, old. Behind her, a young man wearing a white suit, a top hat, and spectacles was looking at her with a smile. You seem to know me? The young man in the white suit looked at her curiously. Jay, you are right? The senior reacted quickly. Mr. Magician from the circus. I didn't expect you to find out. This is difficult. Since the secret can't be kept, it seems that I have to kill her. The young man in the white suit. Jay suddenly sighed at this time, and there was helplessness and sadness on his face. Senior sister, Yulia, on the other hand, was so scared that her soul seemed to have left her body. She was serious. If the boss wanted to kill her, she had no other choice but to stretch out her neck. At this time, Mr. J was looking at Senior Yulia's with an expressionless face. It made Senior Yulia's hair stand on end, and her body trembled a little. Jay suddenly blinked. It seems that you're not a timid person. You came to the forest alone to find the circus camp. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Boss, don't joke, you'll scare me to death. Yulia nodded with a hint of bitterness. The boss of the page world seems to be a little mischievous? Then why are you here? A thought quickly flashed through Yulia's mind, and she immediately said with a sincere face, I want to join this fantasy circus. Join? Yes. Yulia said passionately, since I was a child, I've been hearing the legend of this circus. I think about it every day and dream about it every night. I feel that the meaning of my life is to become a member of this circus. When I was 10 years old, a charlatan told my fortune and said that I was suitable for this line of work. Then what talent do you have? Jay thought for a while and said, in order to ensure the quality of the performance, we are very strict with the recruitment of reunions. I'm hardworking. I can do any kind of heavy work. Yulia immediately said that she didn't mind starting from the bottom. I'm also very good at learning. Words are no guarantee. Jay shook his head. Come with me first. Jay walked into the camp and naturally became the focus of the members. He didn't even have to specifically say anything, and the lively camp had already quieted down. Everyone looked at the leader in a white suit and knew that he had something to say. There was even an unfamiliar girl beside. In the crowd, when Daphne saw the girl beside her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Yulia, Senior? How come she's here? This 4th place of the previous Holy Maiden competition was very popular this year. There was probably no one in the capital of Freedom Academy who didn't know her. Jay, do you want to announce something? In the crowd, the beast tamer, Ching Tian, directly asked. Jay chuckled at this moment. This young lady said that she hopes to join our circus. For this, she intends to show us her talent. Applause? Not only was there applause, but there were even whistles. After all, this was really a delicate and beautiful girl. Was the circus favored by the goddess of luck recently? First, it was Daphne, and now it was this new beauty. Oh. Finally, there's a beautiful scenery. It was a passionate gaze, red and dazzling. Yulia still couldn't react. But if she didn't show off her skills now, she really wouldn't be able to control this situation. The key was that she had almost no talent to show off. As the Witch of the Void and the great teacher of the dimension, she had fought against ghosts and gods and tricked all kinds of powerhouses, but she had no experience of performing in front of people. It was as if she was facing the criticism of society. Yulia made a gulping sound, made up her mind, and started dancing. Da! Da-da-la! Da-da-da-da! Da-da! The surroundings were silent, and absent-minded gazes gathered on this delicate and beautiful girl. Looking at the beautiful girl's stiff limbs, Mr. Hercules suddenly shivered and accidentally crushed the beer bottle in his hand. After a while, Mr. J shook his head with a bitter smile. Miss, it seems that you still need more, training. Or, when our circus comes here next time, you will have become an outstanding performer. Wait. Yulia quickly said at this time, that doesn't count. I can perform magic. Everyone burst into laughter. Jay was the most powerful magician in magic. What kind of magic do you know? Jay was unexpectedly calm. Yulia made up her mind again. I can perform the magic of disappearing. They thought that this beautiful girl had some unique skills, but they didn't expect it to be this simple magic. Everyone couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, Jay, the group leader, suddenly said at this time, "What kind of prop do you need to perform this magic?" "A wooden box." Yulia smiled mysteriously at this time. "The most ordinary wooden box without any mechanism will do. I will let you know what the real magic of disappearing is." "Group leader, promise her," Mr. J calmly ordered at this time. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Red and dazed, the new white stone will also be more hardworking. PS2, Happy New Year. The error-free chapters of Trafford's Investors Club will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like the Trafford's Investors Club, please bookmark. Trafford's Investors Club bar updates the fastest. Chapter 2198. Is there really no problem? One of the circus members was holding a long sword. Even though it was an unsharpened sword, it was still very sharp. The girl's muffled voice came from the box, saying that it was time to start. According to the request of the girl, not only did she have to perform the disappearing magic, but she also had to give the popular long sword piercing. However, the wooden box she was hiding in was the most ordinary box used to store props. The sword was not a prop that could be extended or retracted. If she really pierced the box with it, this joke seemed to have gone too far. Everyone couldn't help but look at the circus leader, Jay. However, Jay suddenly approached and said indifferently, "Let me do it." Before the circus members could react, Jay had already taken the long sword in his hand. "I'm going to do it." "Come on, I'm ready too, Mr. Leader." "You don't have to be polite. You can poke a few more times as long as you're happy." Since the box was an ordinary box, there was naturally no opening suitable for the long sword to pierce through. Therefore, it would take a lot of strength to pierce through the wooden board of the box. "Leader, you're serious too?" Herculean Kaz couldn't help but say, "I don't know where this girl came from. Will she die?" Leader Jay looked back at Herculean Kaz. At the same time, he directly pierced the long sword into the wooden box. The blade was completely submerged. At the same time, a shrill scream sounded from the wooden box. Oh no, something really happened. Several circus members who were closest to the box were shocked. They quickly ran to the box and pried it open. Where is she? Not only was there no one in the box, there was not even a trace of blood. However, the long sword was still stuck in the wooden board. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "Leader, where is she?" Everyone looked at Mr. A. Mr. J suddenly reached out and pointed at the campfire in the circus camp. Here, the beautiful girl who had disappeared was holding a skewer and eating it happily. "Hi, long time no see." Senior Yulia blinked. "Is this performance acceptable?" "Impossible. How did you do it?" Mr. Qingtian shook his head in disbelief. "I've checked the box and the sword. There's no problem. You have a problem. Magic, magic." Yulia smiled faintly and said, "Isn't magic just making the impossible possible through programming?" Mr. Qingtian still shook his head. "I'm afraid even Jay hasn't seen this kind of magic before, let alone me." She wasn't borrowing props and no one was covering for her. The audience around her were all veterans of the circus. If it was a small trick, how could she hide it from everyone's eyes? "No, I have." Unexpectedly, Mr. J suddenly said softly, "I have seen the incredible vanishing magic before." J. Mr. Qingtian looked at Leader J in shock. J shook his head and looked at Yulia and said indifferently, "You're qualified. If you want, you can become a member of this circus now. If you want to stay tonight, Qingtian will arrange it for you." After saying that, Jay returned to the camp alone under everyone's doubtful gazes. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. The group members all expressed that it was rare to see the leader of J show such a desolate expression. Okay, it's okay. Mr. Qingtian quickly walked out and said loudly, "Let's continue the bonfire party. Also, let's welcome our new member, Yulia. Let's welcome our new member, Miss Yulia." Daphne didn't find Jay among the tents in the campsite. She found Jay by a small stream outside the campsite. On both sides of the stream, there were summer fireflies that looked like stars in the sky. She didn't deliberately lighten her footsteps, nor did she use much strength. Jay easily sensed that someone was coming from behind. "Leader," Daphne called out softly. Jay put a pendant into his collar and said with a smile, "It's still early. Don't you want to play with them?" "Leader, do you have something on your mind?" Daphne sat down. "I saw that you were a little unhappy just now." "Yeah, I was unhappy." Jay nodded at this time and said seriously he saw the appearance of a beautiful young female magician and felt that his position was about to be shaken. He was jealous and even wanted to kill her. Alas. "Leader, can you be more serious when you tell ghost stories next time?" Daphne couldn't help but sigh. "At least don't smile, okay? Huh? Didn't I look like a murderous demon just now?" Jay asked curiously. "Does a pervert count?" Daphne rolled her eyes. Jay immediately laughed happily. After a while, his laughter gradually calmed down. "There's one thing that Qingtian was right about." Daphne froze and asked subconsciously, "Leader, you haven't seen that kind of magic before." Jay shook his head. "There's something wrong with that girl." Daphne seemed to be more concerned about this girl, and her expression became more focused. "What's wrong with her?" "Normal people can't do that," Jay said slowly. "At least she can't fool my eyes. Before I stabbed her with the sword, she had already left the box." "That's impossible!" Daphne exclaimed in a low voice. "So many of us were watching. Let alone such a big person walking out. The box itself didn't move at all. That's why I said there's something wrong with this girl." Jay patted Daphne's shoulder gently and stood up. "Also, I've seen this kind of magic before on that person." That person. Daphne had a flash of inspiration. Could it be the person who taught me my first magic trick, my teacher? She died on her favorite stage. This sentence also rang in Daphne's ears. This was what Jay had said not long ago. So, because it evoked memories of the past, he planned to leave that girl, Yulia, in the circus. Daphne wanted to say something, but she saw Jay stand up and stretch. "I haven't been so excited in a long time." The disappear magic trick. Jay narrowed his eyes and smiled. "This time I must observe carefully. I will definitely crack the secret of this ultimate magic trick, hee." Daphne couldn't help but open her mouth. It felt like it wasn't entirely because of memories. After meeting Madanzo's people at dusk, Yulia had already forgotten about it and directly applied to stay in the circus of dreams for the night. Boss, no, Jay had already been found. Would the female lead be far away? "Yulia, there aren't any extra tents in the group for the time being. You can sleep with Daphne tonight." Mr. Qingtian, who is a beast tamer and also a part-time personnel manager, pulled Daphne in front of Jay and introduced her to Daphne. "Girl," Daphne looked a little shy and lowered her head as if she was a social phobe. Yulia didn't pay too much attention to it. Although she felt that Daphne looked familiar, Jay was the main problem. It's impossible for her to be from the previous world and the crayon world. Maybe she's a character I accidentally saw in the demon realm? A character after the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th female supporting roles? You guys get along well. After Qingtian said this, he turned around and left. Yulia took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, I'm Yulia. I'm so tired. Let's talk tomorrow. Good night." Girl Daphne hurriedly walked into the tent and quickly wrapped herself in a blanket before lying down on the edge of the tent. Young master, we're about to close. What do you think?" In the restaurant of the hotel, at a table in the corner, A young man with a pipe in his mouth sat expressionlessly with his arms crossed. The food on the table was clearly cold. The waitress next to him stood there uneasily. This young master waited for someone for the entire night. It must be someone important, right? Maybe it's a girl he likes. But it's really about to close. Huh, you actually stood me up. Young master? The young man stood up and said calmly, Bill. Young master, the food you ordered? Pack it up and feed it to the dog. The dog will thank you very much. The waitress thought quietly in her heart, but she saw the young master suddenly turn back. Do you believe in magic in this world? The young man suddenly asked. Magic? The waitress was stunned and said subconsciously, Young master, are you talking about magic? It's okay. The young man smiled. I like to watch magic shows. Tomorrow night is the magic show of the fantasy circus. Are you interested in watching it with me? Of course. The waitress agreed without thinking, but she quickly said in disappointment, But I didn't receive a flyer. The audience without a flyer is not allowed to enter. What a coincidence. I have an extra flyer here. The young man blinked. Beautiful lady, can I invite you to be my female companion tomorrow night? Could it be that he didn't find a girl he liked, so he casually found a girl to make up the number? Those noble young masters seem to be keen on using this method to seduce good girls and throw them away after they get tired of playing with them. It's just that this young master seems to be too young. Even if he wants to play, he can't play with much, right? The fantasy circus was probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch it. The waitress gritted her teeth and resolutely took the flyer from the young man's hand. When the time is up, I will come and pick you up. The young man chuckled. By the way, how should I address you, beautiful lady? Caliana, the waitress whispered. My name is Caliana. Young master, remember. The young man was startled. He looked at the waitress and felt that the young girl's smile seemed to have a special, infectious power. It could make people's moods unknowingly become happy. But when he looked again, this infectious power seemed to disappear as if it was just a flash in the pan. Caliana, she woke up early in the morning. Yulia was awakened by the sound of the circus members training outside. When she woke up, she found that the girl named Daphne was no longer in the tent. Daphne fell asleep as soon as she lay down last night. Yulia didn't get any information at all and wasted an entire night. Yulia came to a member who was practicing throwing knives and asked, excuse me, is there anything I can help with? It just so happens that I lack a target. Why don't you do it? Someone seems to be calling me over there. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Remember to wait for me. Excuse me, is there anything I can help with? Apart from being a target. Yulia came to Mr. Qingtian's side again. You came at the right time. Stick your head into this crocodile's mouth first. I'll see how long it can last. Someone seems to be calling me over there. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Remember to wait for me. I'll be happy to. Excuse me? There's nothing I can help with here. You can go somewhere else. You're called Daphne, right? Yulia sat down next to a girl who was playing with a black stick. You fell asleep as soon as you came back last night. I didn't have time to talk to you. What's the matter? Daphne thought for a bit and asked. Girl almost didn't look at Yulia's eyes. Senior sister, Yulia asked curiously, does the captain of your team have any strange hobbies? Daphne looked up in shock and asked, What do you mean? Yulia shrugged and said, Ever since I woke up and left the tent in the morning, this captain has been peeping at me. Impossible. Daphne shook her head. However, Senior Yulia said, Of course, I also thought that it was impossible. At first, I just thought that it was a coincidence. But when I was brushing my teeth, he was watching me when I was washing my face. He was watching me when I was yawning. Even when I was squatting in the toilet, he was watching you. Daphne's eyes widened in disbelief. No, he was just squatting next to me. Yulia shrugged. Even though you're the boss, you can't harass your female employee like this, okay? If you have the ability, you can force yourself on me and make me your mistress. Don't make me live in fear every day, afraid that Miss Maid will chop me up 9 streets. If you want to know, you can ask the captain yourself. Daphne stood up and said, I don't have time to talk to you. Yulia watched as girl left. Instead of getting angry, Yulia rubbed her chin and exclaimed, as expected of the boss, no matter where he is, he's always so charming. TSK. Wait a minute. She suddenly thought of another problem. If she wants to take a shower later, should I pretend that I don't know? Or should I pretend that I don't know and continue taking a shower? This is difficult. Chapter 2199. In fact, Yulia didn't find a chance to take a shower. The fantasy circus soon ushered in the public performance. Although the vanish magic trick was very amazing, it was only limited to the circus members. To the audience, this so-called vanishing magic trick was nothing new. The audience obviously wouldn't believe that the person performing on stage could complete it without any props. Even if the audience below the stage were to come up and check, they would only be treated as actors that had been discussed long ago. Furthermore, the performance had already been planned long ago, so there was no chance for Yulia to go on stage. There is one thing that you and Daphne can do, and you should be able to do it very well. When the performance was about to start, Mr. Qingtian mysteriously found Yulia and Daphne. Were these, you will be the most beautiful girls tonight. This is a bunny girl? Daphne exclaimed instantly. Daphne, you are already a member of the circus, and you are also the leader student. So you have to contribute to the circus. Mr. Qingtian was very emotional at this time, and he pressed on Daphne's shoulder. You know, you are the best. It's definitely not because of the unanimous vote of the guild members that I put on these clothes for you. I can't, I'm sorry. Daphne took a step back, lowered her head, and ran out quickly. This surprised Mr. Qingtian. He was so surprised that he subconsciously looked at the second new member, the beautiful Yulia. How about I can't do it too? The senior asked tentatively. Mr. Qingtian thought for a while and said, the knife-throwing performance still lacks a human target. How about it? I suddenly remembered that one of my dreams is to become an outstanding bunny girl. The senior picked up the clothes and left without saying anything else. Mr. Qingtian shook his head. The personalities of these 2 newcomers were really different. One was cheerful and sly, while the other had a lot on her mind. At this moment, someone walked into the tent. Is work going well? It's all arranged. Don't worry, leader. Mr. Qingtian nodded and said, now, we're just waiting for you to perform. But according to the rules, you have to prepare everything yourself. Oh, right. What are we performing tonight? The legend of Jay was there. Every time he performed magic, it was different, and it was all new magic. He was not only a legendary magic master, but also a man who was known as all magic tricks. Dream Circus's fame mostly came from the mysterious magician, Jay. That's right. What should I perform tonight? Jay was deep in thought. Leader, don't tell me you haven't made up your mind yet? Mr. Qingtian's expression changed slightly. The regiment commander patted Mr. Qingtian's shoulder casually and comforted him. Of course not. Don't worry. I'm only starting to think about what to perform now. Look at the situation now. Even if you're not serious, there's a limit. Suddenly, the roar of the beast tamer, who was in charge of human resource management, could be heard from within the tent. After that, the group leader covered his ears as he ran out of the tent in fear of losing his life. They seemed to have already gotten used to this and continued to do what they were doing. She walked around the camp, but didn't see Daphne, so she decided to go back to her own tent and try on the bunny girl outfit. She didn't feel embarrassed about it. After all, wearing a swimsuit to the beach would expose a lot of her body parts. The moment she opened the tent, a figure was imprinted in the eyes of Yulia. It was a white and tender back, but there was a huge scar on the originally flawless back. It seemed to be a burn mark. It was like a firebird spreading its wings. Yulia couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. The girl in the tent quickly put on her clothes and held her collar tightly. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly turned around. You saw it all. I'm not blind. Yulia shrugged. Besides, I'm not a man. So what if I see it? How about I show it to you as well? Do you want to see the front or the back? As she spoke, she began to unbutton her clothes. I'm not interested. Daphne hurriedly said, Don't unbutton it. Yulia suddenly said, So this is the reason? Daphne paused. Yulia tossed the bunny girl clothes in her hands to Daphne. The reason why you don't want to wear it. Daphne lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then she nodded as if admitting to it. After all, it's such a scary thing. Yulia narrowed her eyes. What if I say that I have a way to help you? Yulia narrowed her eyes. Have you heard of the evil art of makeup? Mom, makeup. Is it really going to work? With a doubtful voice, Daphne nervously covered the front half of her body with her clothes, leaving only her back exposed. She felt a chill on the skin of her back, as if something was being smeared on it. Girl originally didn't want to accept it, but she didn't expect Miss Yulia to be so stubborn and overly enthusiastic. Makeup could indeed cover the scars on her back, but Girl knew that the scars on her back were too uneven and couldn't be easily covered. Moreover, there was no such thing as a lightweight concealer in this place. If it was in a place like the Free Cities, Yulia quickly said, Don't worry, I'm just short of applying for a patent. She was using a small knife to cut off one of her fingers. Soon, a new finger grew out from the cut. At the same time, the finger that was cut off turned into a sticky, grayish-black substance. She spat 2 more mouthfuls of saliva into the bowl, then added some mud and flour from the outside to increase the viscosity. She then began to apply it directly on Daphne's back with her hands. Daphne's back instantly turned black, as if she had applied a mask made of seaweed mud. But soon, the black fluid began to change color. Soon, it had completely turned into the color of skin. How did you get this wound? Yulia didn't immediately announce that she had succeeded. Instead, she asked curiously, It seems like it's been many years. I was careless when I was young and got burned by a fire, Daphne said in a low voice. How big was the fire? Yulia exclaimed, Your childhood was really unfortunate. Actually, it was okay. Daphne showed a relaxed smile. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Although there were some bad things, overall it was good. What an optimistic child. Senior sister, Yulia, patted Daphne's shoulder and said, Okay, it's done. Why don't you take a look at it? The senior brought over a mirror, held it, and stood behind Daphne. Girl looked back and looked at the smooth and flawless back. She opened her mouth in disbelief. How did you do it? It's like, you can't tell it all, right? Yulia smiled smugly. Witchcraft, witchcraft. Not to mention such a small matter. I can even turn you into a man without a problem. I want to. Daphne's voice suddenly rose a bit. Then she lowered her voice. Try on the clothes. Okay. Yulia froze. And then, why don't you ask Mr. Qingtian for another set? Daphne continued. Yulia shrugged and didn't say anything. She threw the things on the table and left the tent. However, the curtain of the tent still opened a little after she left, as if it was observing. The people in this circus all like to peep. Yulia couldn't help but sigh secretly. Daphne, let's not talk about it. Mr. J, can you not hide in such an obvious place like the tree? I really need to change clothes later. Is it really okay for you to do this? I just want to go to work properly and earn my working hours, okay? Everyone, look at the sky. There's a woman flying without clothes. Senior sister, Yulia immediately screamed at the top of her lungs, and then ran away like a wisp of smoke. It was another evening. In front of the hotel, the girl named Kaliana was neatly dressed and waiting. The clothes were rented with a week's salary, and the necklace was her mother's most precious dowry. As for the handbag, it was cleaned by the resident and hadn't been returned yet. She planned to borrow it for one night. For tonight's appearance, Kaliana was almost desperate. It wasn't for vanity. She just wanted to be able to get married before the age of 18. That was all. Soon, in front of the hotel, a luxurious carriage slowly drove over. The driver was obviously a deacon of a noble family, not an ordinary coachman. "Miss Kaliana, please get in the carriage," the polite deacon said respectfully in front of the girl at this time. Kaliana was a little dizzy as she sat in the carriage with the help of the deacon. Then she saw the young master who waited until the restaurant closed last night. She just remembered that she still didn't know the young master's name. Madanzo. Hello, young master Madanzo. Kaliana was a little restrained. Although she had been mentally prepared for a long time, at this time, it was still different from what she had imagined. "I don't look scary, right?" Madanzo chuckled. At this time, Kaliana suddenly shivered and hurriedly leaned down, putting her head on the ground, and said in fear and trepidation, Sorry, young master Madanzo. I didn't know that you are a real noble. I thought you were just a young master of a rich family. Sorry. Please don't kill me." "Why would I want to kill you?" Metatro blinked his eyes and asked with interest. Because I offended you as a noble." Kaliana's voice trembled. "It is a big crime for a commoner to look at a noble directly, and I am sitting in the same carriage with you. God, how can I be so unlucky? Why did you think that I was just a young master of a rich family last night? But today you think that I am a noble. Why, young master, please don't joke." Kaliana's face was pale. Who doesn't know that only people who are pure-blood nobles can use the noble badge? I can still see such a big badge. Madanzo blinked. There was indeed a badge in the carriage, and it was quite eye-catching. It was just that he took this carriage when he was strolling outside the town, and so was the deacon who drove the carriage outside. But because he found it pleasing to the eye, he slightly borrowed it. As for the owner of the carriage, she shouldn't be eaten by a wild boar, right? "Sit," Madanzo said calmly. But Kaliana still didn't dare to raise her head. Madanzo was used to it and said indifferently, "I asked you to sit, so you sat. I forgive you, but if you don't listen, you are guilty." Kaliana's body trembled slightly, and she had to slowly get up, but she didn't dare to approach. She only dared to lean against the carriage door, lowering her head for fear of being restricted. "Pure-blood nobles, do you like to kill people?" Madanzo suddenly asked at this time. I don't know. I just heard about it," Kaliana replied cautiously. Madanzo chuckled and said, "I thought that in such a remote town, people don't know much about nobles. I thought I could have a good time. Kaliana, how much do you know about pure-blood nobles?" The girl looked up in surprise, but she quickly lowered her head in panic. "I just want to know how much people in such a remote town know about nobles, so that it will be convenient for my next action." Madanzo waved her hand and said, "You just need to tell me what you know." "Yes." Kaliana gulped and said cautiously, "It is said that pure-blood nobles are the descendants of the world's founders. They live in the sacred land in the center of the royal power. Pure-blood nobles are born above the people, and they enjoy absolute privileges. Civilians must not offend pure-blood nobles." Madanzo didn't say anything, but when she saw Kaliana stop, she said casually, and then that's it." Kaliana said slowly, "That's all I know. That's all." Madanzo suddenly had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Kaliana nodded and said, Is it not enough to know this?" Madanzo was stunned, but then nodded thoughtfully. "To some extent, it is indeed enough for the people. And the simpler it is, the clearer it is. Absolute privilege. This is a great shackle. Young Master Medanzo? Then, Kaliana, there is one more thing. Can you tell me? Medanzo's face suddenly darkened. She was shocked by his sudden change, and her breathing became rapid. What is it? Medanzo narrowed his eyes at this time. Tell me, why do you smell different from ordinary people? Kaliana, who was in a state of panic, suddenly froze at this time. In the next moment, she had kicked the door of the carriage open and was about to jump out and escape. Metatro immediately applied what he had learned. I'm a pure-blood noble. Just run. Kaliana's face instantly turned ashen, and she sat down paralyzed, muttering to herself, It's over, it's over. I shouldn't have gotten involved in this muddy water. I shouldn't have been greedy. It's over now. What should I do? What? Dash! She really cried like a child who had made a mistake. Medanzo was not surprised by Kaliana's crying, but by the identity of a pure-blood nobles. This absolute privilege, was it really a bone-deep shackle? Chapter 2200. Young Master, this is an elf. This was what the deacon who was driving the carriage said. Then, the strict deacon carefully identified some of Kariana's features that were not easy to find and gave a more accurate answer. To be precise, she is a hybrid between a human and an elf. She is even more lowly than an elf. Medanzo was expressionless. He secretly wanted to dig out the information in the deacon's mind. It was a good thing that the page world did not completely restrict supernatural abilities. It was much more convenient to do things. However, since it did not restrict supernatural abilities, it meant that there were supernatural abilities that could be used here. In fact, regardless of whether supernatural abilities were restricted or not, these page worlds were dangerous. For example, S world restricted supernatural abilities, but the creatures there had evolved into monsters and beasts. There was no way to fight them. I see. Continue driving, Medanzo ordered indifferently. At this time, in the carriage, Kariana, whose identity had been exposed, was hiding in a corner with a pale face. She was not completely confused, probably because she felt that Medanzo was still too young and might not have the ability to violate her. Don't you want to talk about yourself, Miss Kariana? Medanzo suddenly chuckled. He easily got into this privileged status without any incongruity. What else can I say? Kariana smiled bitterly. Say that I am stupid and jump into a fire pit. Or say that I don't know what's good for me and dared to sit in a noble's carriage. There is no enmity between us. Do I look like someone who kills indiscriminately? Medanzo pointed at himself curiously. No matter how I look at it, I look like the Virgin Mary who will give food to the poor. Virgin Mary? Kariana was stunned. Who is the Virgin Mary? She's just a woman with big breasts. Medanzo shrugged casually. She's a little naughty sometimes. You really don't intend to torture me? Kaliana looked up doubtfully. Even for a half-elf like me who can't get an identity? What good is it for me to torture you? Medanzo laughed. Kaliana thought for a moment and said, to satisfy your special desires and so on. Anyway, it's nothing new for a noble young master to humiliate us. The most exaggerated story I've ever heard was a noble young master who wasn't even as old as you. He locked up a group of elves and orcs together and made them go crazy for 10 whole days just to make a bet with someone to prove who had better endurance. He's so good at it? Medanzo looked shocked. Where's this kind of scum? Wait for me to send him to the afterlife. You lied to me again. You nobles are forbidden from hurting each other. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who doesn't know anything? Medanzo shrugged. Next question. Where is your home and who is in your family? Is your father an elf or your mother's side? You want to know my background? Dream on. Kaliana snorted. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't be tortured by you even if I die. At worst, I'll kill myself. Kaliana began to curse wildly. She probably had the idea of smashing a broken jar. Madanzo couldn't take it anymore. He had to cover his ears and climb out of the carriage's window. He sat in front of the carriage and stood side by side with the noble deacon. The deacon's name was Babalia. Babalia, how long have you served me? Young master, I have served you for 20 years. The deacon responded respectfully. At the same time, his face became cautious. Usually, when the master asked this kind of question, it meant that something bad had happened. Tell me about me. Tell me about my identity. Young master, I told you to tell me. Babalia said solemnly, Young master, you are the descendant of the great founder, Emperor Califar's 59th generation. Even among the many pure-blood nobles, your bloodline is very close to the royal bloodline. Your identity is extremely noble. You are a hereditary earl, de Cray. De Cray. Madanzo thought for a moment. That was probably the name of the unlucky guy she threw into the forest to feed the mosquitoes. Tell me about the elves and orcs. Madanzo looked at the road ahead and ordered. Since the end of the mythological war, the great founder, Emperor Califar, conquered the territory of the mysterious creatures. A large number of refugees from the mysterious creatures fled to our human society. Gradually, Kaliana stopped shouting in the carriage. She was probably tired. Along the way, there was only Babalia's narration and Madanzo's occasional questions. Not long ago, they could see a bit of light ahead, the light of the Dream Circus's camp. Captain, if you continue like this, I'm going to scream. I'm really going to scream. Ms. Yulia, this is for the sake of the circus. And this kind of thing should be very easy for you, right? How is it easy? There are so many people. I can't handle it. Senior Yulia said pitifully, My wish is to become a great magician. I've already sold my body. You want me to sell my body? You're just using your hands. Captain J chuckled and said, There are many male spectators outside. It seems that they are very willing to pay extra for your hands. This is also considered as a source of income. That's too much. Senior Yulia was about to cry. Then I can only do it myself. The captain looked tragic and sighed. But Ms. Yulia, if you can't contribute to our circus, then I can only reluctantly ask you to leave. We can't keep people here for free. But you can't do this, right? Senior Yulia wanted to cry, but had no tears. There are so many people. How long do I have to shake hands? And can you guarantee that these men won't do more rude things when shaking hands? Also, why do I have to do this kind of thing? Can't Daphne do it? After all, Ms. Yulia is more eye-catching than Daphne. The regiment commander said earnestly, Besides, if they still want more after the handshake, wouldn't we be able to generate more income? Senior Yulia widened her eyes as if she saw something unbelievable. The person in front of her is really a certain image of boss. It's decided then. Suddenly, the captain directly inserted a huge sign in front of Yulia. The sign read, Frowny face, 1 handshake costs 10 silver coins for 3 seconds. Buy 3 times and get 1 free. Buy more and get more free. Note, you can specify the specific location of the handshake. Captain! Senior sister, Yulia, was stunned. She immediately chased after him, but she only took 2 steps before she was pulled back by something. She turned around to look and discovered that her feet had been shackled at some point in time. The shackles were tied to a large nail that was buried in the ground. At this time, a group of men gradually gathered around with bright eyes. The public performance of the circus had not officially started yet, but there were already quite a number of people who came with flyers in their hands. The depths of the forest were brightly lit as if it was daytime. Not far away, Mr. Qingtian was moving tables and chairs over with his men. He was preparing to board the plane and collect money. Senior Yulia instantly looked at Mr. Fersky, who seemed to be used to seeing this, with a look of despair on her face. This is the captain's order. I can't do anything about it. Mr. Qingtian comforted her. I'll have to trouble you, Miss Yulia. I think these people won't be able to buy more than a few times. After all, most of them have female companions. Senior Yulia didn't say anything and continued to look at them sadly. Mr. Qingtian said, or you can use your magical vanish magic. Anyway, we can't see it, and the captain won't blame us. I'll do it. Senior sister, Yulia suddenly snorted and said, but I'll decide what to do myself. Strange, where's my hand speed training stick? Daphne checked her belongings in confusion. Girl's seat was quite deserted at this time, and she felt like she was sitting on a bench. Girl could only lean on the signboard and rest for a while. When she was free, she wanted to continue training her hand speed. On the other side, there was a long queue in front of a small black tent. They were all men, and they all went in with anticipation. Then they came out with shaky footsteps. Suddenly, a carriage stopped in front of Daphne. Girl immediately perked up and went forward to welcome it. A man who looked like a deacon was helping a young man in luxurious clothes out of the carriage. Then there was a beautiful girl. Daphne was a little surprised. The young man and the girl's identities were obviously much more noble. After the young man got out of the carriage, he looked around the surroundings. As for the beautiful girl, her face was slightly pale and stiff, as if she was unwilling. Over there, do we have to line up to enter? The young man suddenly asked. Oh, that's one of our circus's performances. It can be considered a performance. Daphne stammered. For the details, you can read the signboard. Metatro blinked, but Babalia, who was beside him, seemed to be very displeased with the bunny girl's attitude and was about to reprimand her. Babalia, that small black tent looks quite interesting. Arrange it for me. Yes, young master. The deacon had to restrain his anger and walked to the front of the line calmly. Hey, you need flyers to enter. Daphne shouted at this time. 3 flyers. Madanzo took out 3 flyers. Check it. If there's no problem, we'll all go in. No problem. Daphne nodded and then seemed to think of something. There's actually nothing to see in the tent over there. Why don't we just go in? The performance is about to start. Daphne saw that the beautiful girl beside her was winking at her and shaking her head nervously. Daphne didn't understand what was going on, but she didn't say anything else. What's your name? Madanzo suddenly asked with a smile. The young girl, Kalyana, instantly became nervous, afraid that this pure-blooded noble would do something to this weak girl. Daphne. Madanzo blinked and then smiled faintly. I think I've seen you somewhere before, Miss Daphne. You're really pretty. Thank you. Young master, it's all arranged. You can go in. Deacon Babalia had already walked back quickly. The words he brought back made Daphne's expression change, and she subconsciously looked in the direction of the small black tent. There were many empty seats in the line in front of the small tent. The audience in the line seemed to have a trace of fear and wariness, and they even lowered their heads. The girl looked at this young master in shock and confusion. Perhaps we'll meet again soon. Madanzo smiled mysteriously and strode toward the small black tent. Babalia quickly followed. Kalyana hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she seemed to accept her fate and followed behind Babalia. The people's gazes were filled with Actually, the people's gazes couldn't be seen at all because they were all lowering their heads. Because of their special privileges, they couldn't see the gazes of mortals at all. Perhaps because of their special privileges, they didn't need to care about the gazes of mortals. It didn't make much of a difference whether they looked or not. A man with a satisfied smile on his face opened the curtain of the small black tent and walked out. Then Babalia instantly grabbed him by the collar and pulled him to the side. The man was shocked and then angry. He was about to fight back, but he quickly lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Madanzo didn't care. After Kalyana waited in place, she walked directly into the small black tent. A weak and lazy voice slowly sounded at this time. Next. Okay, look at my face. Okay, look at my chest. Okay, look at my legs. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cover your eyes. Okay, lie down. Okay, we'll charge by the second. Start. Even though Shiri was used to seeing all kinds of things, he couldn't help but be moved. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped. In front, a bunny girl was sitting on a stool, looking down at a magazine, yawning from time to time. Why aren't you going up? You'll have to pay for looking at more, the bunny girl said impatiently, looking up and blinking. What are you doing? Madanzo was the first to break the silence. Senior. In an instant, the bunny girl's emotions exploded, and she ran over with grievances. Senior, I'm so miserable. Senior. After a bizarre explanation, Madanzo squatted on the ground and looked at a black stick that was vibrating up and down crazily. So you're using this thing. Hello, I'm Automatic Juice Press, Taro number 1. Nice to meet you. This thing has a mouth and eyes. Madanzo was even more amazed. There's no need to teach me. Chapter 2201. Automatic Juicy Squeezing, Taro number 1, or Juicy Taro for short. At this moment, Juicy Taro was still in an excited state. Madanzo couldn't take it anymore, and she said in a slightly shrill voice, Can you stop this thing? Why? Yulia said in surprise, I still have work to do. Juicy Taro has just entered the state. This guy is surprisingly slow to warm up. You love your job? Madanzo said in disbelief. The senior said pitifully, If I don't do my job well, I will be kicked out of the circus. It wasn't easy for me to get close to the title of main character. The air was still filled with the smell of heather, and Madanzo couldn't take it anymore. Okay, I will take care of this. Now, stop this thing. Right now. Yulia had no choice but to draw a few runes in the air to remove the star creation technique on the black stick. This thing was a temporary product of the star creation technique, and she didn't want this thing to accompany her for a long time. In her small star creation realm, there were too many similar products on display. Moreover, they had complete functions and were of a suitable size. Most importantly, this thing had already been used by many people. Thus, Juicy Taro, who had just been born, died of old age. He fell to the ground and returned to his original appearance as a black stick. So this is the star creation technique? It's quite magical. Madanzo couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yulia shrugged. It's just a small trick. It can only be used temporarily to trick people. By the way, Senpai, what do you plan to do next? Madanzo smiled mysteriously and walked out of the small black tent. Soon, in front of the small black tent, the noble Deacon Babalia loudly announced that the bunny girl in the small black tent was the personal product of the pure-blood noble Count Decria. According to the law of the world, anyone who dared to covet the private property of a noble would be sent to the guillotine. The spectators who hadn't had a good time, yet could only be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even take a second look as they scattered in all directions in fear. Senpai Yulia's problem seemed to have been solved in an instant. Senior, how did you become a pure-blood aristocrat? Let's talk as we walk. Madanzo walked towards the big tent where the circus was performing. You said nobles? At the backstage of the circus, Mr. J, who was putting on eye makeup for himself, put down the eyeliner pen in his hand and looked a little absent-minded. That's right. That noble immediately announced that Yulia was his property. Mr. Qingtian nodded and said, But why would a noble come to such a remote seaside town? Leader, what do you think of this? What can I say? Isn't it good to become the property of a noble? The leader said calmly, She doesn't have to wander around with us. She can earn some hard-earned money and enjoy a luxurious life. That's probably the dream of most girls. Mr. Qingtian smiled bitterly and said, Leader, you know that no matter how beautiful a woman is, she won't last long in the hands of those nobles. Pure-blood aristocrats aren't allowed to have real interactions with commoners. So what? It's already announced by a noble. Do you still want to take it away? The leader looked at Mr. Qingtian expressionlessly. We're a proper circus. Mr. Qingtian rolled his eyes. If there's nothing else, I'll go and arrange for the performance. However, many spectators were scared away by that noble tonight. The leader picked up the eyeliner pen and waved his hand. Mr. Qingtian didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out directly. It seems that the performance has started. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any spectators coming. Daphne looked at the position of the big tent. The lights had begun to flicker, and the applause was very obvious. Girl thought for a while and began to pack up the things at the reception booth. Tonight, Girl didn't have the task of assisting in the performance on stage. The whole city was acting as a support staff. Later, according to Mr. Qingtian's arrangement, Girl had to sell drinks and other things to the audience to generate income for the circus. I can't be in a daze. Daphne secretly cheered herself up. When Girl passed by the small black tent, Girl hesitated for a moment. Finally, she looked around and carefully opened the tent and walked in. Huh, so it's here. In the small black tent, other than a temporary bed made of wooden planks, there was only a small stool not far away and a magazine placed on the stool. However, it was easy to see the things that were discarded on the ground. I finally found the training device I borrowed from Mr. Katz. Daphne showed a smile of finding something she had lost. Then she frowned. Why did she feel that there was a very indescribable smell on this thing? Daphne was a little surprised. She felt that this small black tent was once filled with some kind of wild and evil thoughts. Girl subconsciously shivered and quickly left the small black tent. However, Girl quickly felt that she seemed to have bumped into something. It was hard. It felt like she had bumped into the strong Mr. Katz, who always wore armor and never showed his true face. Daphne subconsciously turned around. What came into view was a shiny silver armor, but it was obviously not Mr. Katz. You are. Daphne couldn't help but be stunned. Then a heavy blow hit Girl as body. Girl instantly blacked out and fell to the ground. Qingtian, the circus's beast tamer. Her colleague is the circus's personnel manager. Katz, who is preparing to go on stage, is a strength performer. Taramaru, the beast tamer, Qingtian's partner. In the audience, Yulia, who had become a noble's property, was carefully pointing out a few permanent and important supporting roles to Madanzo. There's also a blue bird. The blue bird is the vice captain. Usually it won't go on stage. It's always on the roof. It's responsible for monitoring the audience below to see if there's anyone sneaking around. Yulia said with great familiarity, "The last one is the main character. He's the captain and is called Jay. He's a magician and usually appears at the end. He should be preparing backstage now. You'll see him soon, senpai." The two of them whispered to each other in the auditorium, but they didn't try to lower their voices because the seats around them were completely empty. This was a privilege enjoyed by nobles. In Babalia's view, the young master didn't empty all the seats. Instead, he gave half of them to the civilians for entertainment. This was already a great gift. "Miss Kaliana, where are you going?" the noble's deacon suddenly asked at this time. Kaliana, who had just lifted her skirt at this time, instantly sat down stiffly. "I plan to go to the toilet." "Bear with it," Babalia said indifferently. "Without the young master's permission, you can't go anywhere." "How can I bear with it?" The beautiful half-elf girl couldn't help but be slightly angry at this time. "This is not my business," the noble's deacon said coldly. "In addition, you'd better not have any bad thoughts because you are already the young master's property. For property that escapes privately, nobles have the right to end everything." Kaliana didn't give up and said, "You see, the young master already has a new lover. He won't care about me. Mr. Babalia, if you don't let me go, I will be grateful to you." "Obediently wait, Liv." The noble's deacon's eyes were cold. "Leave, Dai." Kaliana instantly shuddered. "I'm afraid the number of civilians who died tragically in this guy's hands is not small. Damn Noble's lackey." Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from a part of the spectator seats. This scream instantly interrupted Mr. Fersky, who was in the middle of his beast-taming performance. He frowned as he looked at the spectator seats. Behind the spectator seats, there were 4 warriors in bright silver armor standing there without him noticing. There were more than 4 warriors. At this time, more warriors wearing bright silver armor were pouring in at this time. Mr. Qingtian's expression instantly sank. It's the world government's cavalry. Purge Knights. Why are they here?" Soon, in the audience, someone recognized the identity of the armored warriors that quickly appeared one after another. Because of this, the atmosphere in the big tent seemed to be frozen. Purge Knights, the world government's cavalry, the guardians of the absolute privilege of the pure blood nobles. The loyal Purge Knights would mercilessly eliminate all the dangerous people who harmed the nobles' interests like machines. Subconsciously, the audience in the big tent all looked at the domineering, noble young master. Could it be that these Purge Knights were brought here by this noble young master? However, they saw that Madanzo, who was sitting in the audience seat, looked natural at this time. He had seen all kinds of storms before. "Silence!" A loud and vigorous voice sounded, and it came from a guy who seemed to be the leader of the Purge Knights. At the same time, 2 knights cut open the door of the big tent, and then 4 Purge Knights slowly brought in a luxurious chair. On the chair, there was a handsome young man with a bandage on his forehead, and he looked very impatient. "Kneel!" The leader of the Purge Knights shouted again in a deep voice. The audience in the audience seat shuddered in fear and chose to kneel on the ground. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak or look. "All of you are guilty!" The leader of the Purge Knights shouted coldly and pulled out his long sword, pointing it at a corner of the audience seat. That was Madanzo's seat. "How dare you?" Butler Babalia quickly stood up and said, "Purge Knight, do you know that even you, a knight, can be executed by pointing a sword at a pure-blood noble?" As he spoke, Babalia took out a special golden badge from his bosom. The Purge Knight looked up in surprise, and his body seemed to tremble slightly. He subconsciously looked at the young man in luxurious clothes, sitting on the luxurious chair behind him. The young man looked even more impatient, and he shouted coldly, "Babalia, are you crazy? Can't you see who I am?" "I don't care who you are." Babalia froze for a second, surprised that the young man could call out his name. However, he soon stood firm and said, "But the one sitting here is the honorable pure-blood noble, Count de Crea." "He's de Crea? Then who am I?" The young man in luxurious clothes froze for a moment before he yelled furiously, "Babalia, you're crazy! Catch him! Damn it! I'll punish this servant who dares to go against his master." The Purge Knights instantly pulled out their swords, and 4 of them dashed past the audience seat and charged at Babalia. However, Babalia snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he stomped on the ground and dashed forward with his body lowered. Facing the attacks of 4 Purge Knights, he was able to handle them with ease. This guy's combat strength was surprisingly high. Out of the 4 Purge Knights, 2 of them were instantly knocked to the ground. Damn it! The young man in luxurious clothes looked at the leader of the Purge Knights in anger. Babalia was the runner-up of the Saint Land sword competition 5 years ago. How can you deal with him with so few people? The leader of the Purge Knights immediately waved his hand and said, "Annihilator, attack!" Instantly, another 6 Purge Knights lifted the armor on their legs and pulled out strange guns that were as long as their arms. Seeing this, Babalia frowned slightly, but he quickly pulled himself back. With a shake of his sleeve, a round short stick appeared in his hand. He gripped it with both hands, and the round short stick shot out an incandescent light beam that was 1 meter long. While the Purge Knights were shooting, Babalia was also waving the strange sword in his hand. The attacks from the Annihilator were all blocked or deflected to the side by Babalia's sword. Sparks flew in all directions in the spectator seats. Fortunately, the spectator seats had already been cleared, so there were no casualties for the time being. However, the power of the Annihilator was enough to make the civilians kneeling on the ground tremble in fear. Force? F***CK. Senior Sister Yulia couldn't help but blink, and she subconsciously asked, Senior, isn't this a rural world? You can still use your ability in a rural world? Madanzo said grumpily, Didn't I say before we came here that this world doesn't restrict our ability that much? Senior Sister Yulia was absent-minded and muttered to herself, I knew it. The goddess of luck hates me the most. What happened to the dragon riding on the face? Madanzo didn't care. She just stared at the weapons used in the battle and muttered, Annihilator? Sword? It seems that this should be the reason why humans can end the mythological war. Or is it just one of the reasons? The battle continued and became more intense. The number of Purge Knights shooting had doubled, and Babalia was getting a little overwhelmed. Instantly, Babalia's shoulder was pierced by the Annihilator, revealing a horrifying burn wound. However, this former runner-up of the Holy Land in swordsmanship gritted his teeth and didn't fall. He swore to protect his master with his life. The young man in luxurious clothes was even angrier. He shouted that he would kill Babalia on the spot. Stop! Madanzo suddenly stood up under Senior Sister Yulia's surprised gaze. Although these weapons were powerful, they didn't affect the two of them much. However, there didn't seem to be a reason for them to act so quickly. I surrender. Metatro raised both his hands in the air. Young master. Babalia screamed subconsciously. His face was full of shock. Madanzo said with a smile, Honorable Noble, I'm guilty. I'm the one who hit you, and I accept my punishment. Please let these innocent people go. Senior? Chapter 2202. Because he couldn't believe it, Babalia froze on the spot. The Purging Knights saw the opportunity and shot the extinguisher at his thigh, knocking him to the ground. Then several Purging Knights walked up and pressed him to the ground. Sir, Babalia has fainted. Lock him up first. The leader of the Purging Knights ordered in a deep voice. At the same time, he waved his hand and told the other Purging Knights to surround Madanzo and the others in the audience. Madanzo still raised her hands in surrender. Seeing this, Senior Yulia had no choice but to raise her hands as well. She wanted to see what Senior 11 was up to. It's over. It's over. It's really over this time. The beautiful girl, Kalyana, collapsed on the ground in despair. Not long after, the few of them were no longer under control and were brought before the real Count Decria, the young man in luxurious clothes. Count Decria was rubbing the wound on his forehead that was wrapped in bandages. His head was lowered, and his anger couldn't be seen. At this moment, a yell sounded from the stage. Get out! Don't move! They saw a group of Purge Knights holding Annihilator and driving out the people of the fantasy circus troupe. At this moment, most of the members had blank and panicked expressions on their faces. Among the members of the circus, there was a man wearing a white cloak and a mask. He walked together with Mr. Qingtian. Senior Yulia blinked her eyes. This masked guy seems to be Captain J. The group of people pushed the members of the circus in front of Count Decria. At this moment, Count Decria slowly raised his head and glanced at the members of the circus. Circus of Dreams, Count Decria said calmly. Who is the legendary magician, Jay? Everyone's gazes subconsciously looked at the masked man beside Mr. Fersky. At this time, he also automatically took a step forward and said casually, I am. It was indeed Captain Jay's voice. Count Decria was startled. He frowned and asked, Why are you wearing a mask? Jay said, My face was severely burned, and I'm wearing a mask to cover up the ugliness of my face. Count Decria waved his hand, and a purging knight walked up and took off the mask on his face. Then a distorted face appeared in front of everyone in a split second. Everyone couldn't help but be moved. What an ugly fellow! Count Decria waved his hand in disdain. Cover it up! Cover it up! Don't let me see this ugly thing. After putting the mask back on, they asked, Noble, pure-blood noble, what did our circus do that you need so many purging knights to deal with us? The Count said indifferently, I didn't want to use so many purge knights. I only came here to find you, but I ran into those despicable fellows along the way. Forget it. I won't let those who offend me off so easily. Now I'll tell you why I'm here. Captain J was silent for a moment before nodding. Count Decria said with a trace of anger, Your so-called circus really knows how to run. This Count spent too much time to catch up to you. Humph, if it wasn't for the fact that you have a great reputation, I would definitely wipe you out. Captain J said slowly, If Lord Count wants to watch our performance, you only need to send someone to pass the message. Not me. Count Decria chuckled and said, This Count came here to announce that from now on, your circus is this Count's private property. You need to perform for a noble person for this Count. She once said that she really wants to see the legendary circus performance. This is your great fortune. Could it be that there is someone more noble than Lord Count? Jay asked in disbelief. Count Decria snorted and said calmly, You don't need to worry about this. You just need to do as I say. If you do well, I'll give you the status of a first-class citizen. But if you don't do well and embarrass me, the consequences— Humph! Captain turned around and looked at his members. After a while he sighed and said, It seems like we don't have any other choice. Count Decria laughed heartily and waved his hand, happily saying, Let's go! Bring everyone back, especially that guy who dared to injure me. When they were brought out of the tent, they saw a huge object slowly descending from the night sky. It was actually an airship that was pulled by a huge balloon. Hot steam was even erupting from the body of the airship at this time. Yulia looked up and muttered, Okay, this isn't a rural world after all. The interior of the airship was extremely luxurious. The pure-blooded nobles had all the wealth in the world, and they could take anything they wanted. In a luxurious room of the airship, a few beautiful girls were currently being molested by Count Decria on the sofa. The leader of the Purge Knights took off his helmet. It was a fierce-looking, middle-aged man. His name was Bismarck. Lord Count, Babalia still insists that the person who offended you is the real Count and you're a fake. Bismarck didn't look at him and said, It seems like his mind has been severely distorted, and I don't know how he did it. Humph. He said he was the runner-up of the Saint Land Sword competition, but his mind was distorted so easily. What a piece of trash! Count Decria snorted and looked at Bismarck with contempt. If I remember correctly, Babalia is the same as you. He's also from the Golden Clan of the Frost Sky Highlands, right? Humph. He doesn't seem like much. Bismarck didn't say anything, and his face was expressionless. The Count seemed to be bored as he shook his head and said, Forget it! We finally found the fantasy circus this time. Since Her Highness has mentioned it several times during the banquet, I'm sure she'll be satisfied with this birthday present of mine. How much longer until we reach the Holy Land? According to our current speed, we'll reach the Saint Land before noon tomorrow. I see. Count Decria waved his hand again. You can leave now. Look after the people in the circus, and don't let them run around and dirty my airship. Also, bring me that little rabbit that you caught. I haven't seen such a cute toy in a long time. Bismarck nodded and quickly left. Not long after, a beautiful girl sprinkled a little bit of purple powder on the table, and then carefully put away the bottle containing the powder. Count Decria couldn't wait any longer and put his nose in front of the powder. His face was filled with intoxication as he lay on the sofa, his eyes intoxicated. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the luxurious room opened again. Several servants were carrying something as they slowly walked into the room. It was as dark as a room with the curtains pulled down at dusk. Daphne slowly woke up, only to discover that she was lying on a massive bed, and there was even an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Daphne felt her body go soft and weak. What is this? Girl couldn't remember what happened. She only remembered that a black shadow flashed by, and then she blacked out. When she woke up, she was in this strange place. Suddenly, she felt an itch coming from her calf. Daphne forced herself up and looked down at her lower body. In an instant, Daphne's muddled mind was jolted awake by a sense of horror. A handsome young man with a wound on his head was holding her ankle and playing with it, and even smelling. He, little rabbit, finally woke up. The smile on the young man's face instantly deepened. Squinting his eyes, he looked like he was drunk. The tip of Count Decria's nose was rubbing Daphne's calf and smelling it all the way up. What are you doing? Daphne was shocked. But at this moment, Count Decria was pressing down on the girl's legs. The tip of the Count's nose was still lightly rubbing against Daphne's thighs. What am I doing? Count Decria said with an intoxicated expression, doing something happy. I like petite girls like you the most. Who told you to appear in front of me? From the moment you appeared, you were my personal property. The Count immediately crawled up like a spider and licked Daphne's cheek with the tip of his tongue. Here's something good for you to eat. A small bottle filled with purple powder appeared in the Count's hand. He said with a joyful and bewitching smile, You'll see bliss. Let go. Daphne struggled a few times, but her limbs were still weak. I'm so excited. Count Decria knew how to tease, and it was as if his hands had magical powers. Gradually, Daphne's hair started to feel numb. Don't. I am. Daphne gritted her teeth as if she wanted to say something. The Count was no longer satisfied with teasing. With a trace of wild laughter, the Count instantly tore apart the clothes in front of Daphne's chest. He revealed an even more expectant gaze. His mouth was dry, and he couldn't hold back his excitement. He liked Ping. Jimping the most? You! A momentary daze appeared in the Count's eyes, followed by a heart-wrenching pain that rushed straight to his head. That was the weakest part of his body. Right now, it was being forcefully knocked by a hard knee. Count Decria, who was in so much pain that he almost suffocated, couldn't even make a normal sound. The bunny girl under him struggled to flip over. Daphne gritted her teeth and struggled with all her might. Then, she snatched the small bottle from the young man's hand. Gritting her teeth, she opened the bottle and stuffed all the contents into the young man's mouth. The Count, who was in unbearable pain, suddenly widened his eyes in horror. He struggled and muttered, Not too much. Cough, 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 cough. Count Decria suddenly grabbed his own throat and revealed an extremely painful expression. His body even began to twitch violently. It was a terrifying sight. Daphne panted as she watched this scene. When the young man on the bed finally stopped twitching and laid motionlessly, her trembling fingers reached in front of the young man's nose. There seemed to be only a faint airflow. Girl crawled and rolled and fell off the bed. Daphne was weak and couldn't get up. She could only lean against the bed and look up at everything in the room. Where is this? She didn't know where the people from the circus were placed. However, as the criminal, Madanzo, and the other criminal's accomplices were locked up in a cell on the airship, Kaliana hugged her knees and hid in the corner of the room. She was in a daze as she stared at the young man and the bunny girl who were playing cards in front of her. Playing cards? That's right. Madanzo and Yulia were indeed playing cards. Life in the prison was too boring and simple. Ace bomb. Senior, you lost. Huh. This game doesn't count. Let's play again. These two guys don't seem to be worried at all. Kaliana felt more and more confused. He injured a pure-blood noble, and even pretended to be a pure-blood noble to cheat others. This guy probably knows that he is going to die, so he decided to enjoy himself while he can. You guys really don't worry about yourselves at all? Kalyana asked subconsciously. Only then did the two people stop playing cards. Senior sister, Yulia blinked and said, Senior, what do you plan to do with this girl? Madanzo hugged her chest and lowered her head. Madanzo fell into deep thought. Madanzo started snoring. Okay, I'll go and see what's going on outside. Senior. Yulia rolled her eyes in disgust and stood up. Then she walked toward the wall and directly passed through it. Kalyana looked at her in disbelief. You saw it too. Yulia, who had half of her body stuck in the wall, said with a smile, Everyone knows that I perform in the circus, so it's normal for me to know 1 or 2 magic tricks, right? See you later. Bye-bye. Huh. Kalyana rubbed her eyes, subconsciously, after confirming that the bunny girl was really not in the cell. She suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Could it be the legendary Shadow Elf? Madanzo suddenly raised her head. Shadow, didn't you fall asleep? As the leader of the circus, Jay was given preferential treatment. Maybe it was because he found a connection with the circus. The Count, who was in a good mood, generously gave Jay a private room. But before arriving at the destination, he couldn't go out. It was considered house arrest. Mr. J, I'm sorry. The Count ordered that you can't leave this room before arriving at the Holy Land. A female purge knight who was guarding the door extended her hand and stopped the leader of Jay, who was about to leave the room. We're already in the sky now. Jay's voice had a hint of a smile. The scenery outside should be quite good. I want to go out and take a look. Can't I? Please go back to the room. Don't make it difficult for me, the purge knight said calmly. Jay raised his hands slightly. One of his hands was clenched into a fist, and the other hand was pulling something out of his fist. It was a bright red rose. The purge knight was expressionless. Jay shook his head gently and bit the rose in his hand. Then he slowly pulled something out of his fist. This time, the purge knight froze for a moment. Then she was shocked and said with a trembling voice, This is... Jay suddenly snapped his fingers, and the purge knight fell to the ground, motionless. The purge knight smiled, took the rose from his mouth, and slowly placed it on the purge knight. He said softly, Sweet dreams, Mississippi. Chapter 2203. Kalyana was actually a girl with a pretty good heart. Even though she was in a predicament at this time, she didn't blame Metatro, who was the instigator. In fact, she was mainly frightened by the bunny girl's ability to pass through walls, a special elf that disappeared after the mythological war. Madanzo muttered thoughtfully, Yes, I have only heard of the legend of the Shadow Elves. Legend has it that the most glorious deed of the Shadow Elves' hero was that he almost succeeded in assassinating the founder, Emperor Califar. At this time, Kalyana's eyes seemed to be twinkling with little stars. That is a superhero that almost reversed the ending of history. Even today, it is said that in some hidden tribes, they are still worshipping this superhero of the Shadow Group, and they respectfully call him Emperor Kai. Yulia is not a Shadow Elf. Madanzo instantly shattered Kalyana's fantasy. The girl could not help but be stunned. Madanzo shrugged, patted the dust on her pants, and stretched. It's about time. What time? Kalyana asked subconsciously. Madanzo showed a harmless smile. It's time to eat. At this moment, the door of the cell suddenly opened, and a purge knight flew directly in. After the purge knight fell to the ground, he stopped moving. At the same time, a figure slowly walked into the cell. At the same time, the girl Kalyana's face was full of disbelief. The person who appeared was Babalia. Young master, I'm sorry I'm late. Babalia, whose face was slightly pale, quickly said, Those purge knights outside are a little annoying. How's your injury? Madanzo asked casually. Babalia said expressionlessly, I avoided the vital parts and my right hand is not injured. I can still hold the sword. Those people outside said that I am a fake. Madanzo suddenly said, even I admitted it at that time. Why are you still looking for me? Young master. Babalia looked a little excited. I've followed you for so many years. How could I not know who you are? Yes, those purge nights are real. This airship is also real. But that guy who framed you is not necessarily the same. That damn guy. He must have used some despicable method. Humph, young master. You have a lot of enemies in the Holy Land. These years, the infighting between the nobles has become more and more intense. But they have always been restrained. I don't know which family that guy belongs to, but this time he has obviously crossed the line. Madanzo slowly walked up to Babalia, stood on her tiptoes, and patted the shoulder of this noble deacon. She sighed and said, I'm very pleased to see that you can imagine these things. Imagination. What I mean is that you can understand these things. Madanzo chuckled. Don't worry about the details. Come on, Babalia. Tell me, what is the most effective way to solve this problem? We should take back control of the airship as soon as possible, Babalia said quickly. This airship originally belonged to you, young master. We are very clear about the internal structure of the airship. If we fight indoors, it will be very advantageous for us. Although there are many purge nights, not all of them are gathered together. It is best to defeat them one by one. Babalia, you are very reliable. Madanzo simply waved her hand. Then let's move. Babalia nodded and instantly entered a state of murderous intent. He directly walked out of the cell. Kalyana hesitated and came to Madanzo's side. Are you a real noble or a fake one? If you believe that I am, then I am. Madanzo smiled slyly. Then she took out some weapons from the purge knights on the ground and stuffed a annihilator into Kalyana's hands. Do you want to assassinate a noble too? Who knows, maybe thousands of years later, there will be descendants worshipping you. Thank you. Kalyana rolled her eyes and directly accepted the weapon. She was unexpectedly skilled. While wearing the airship, Senior Yulia accidentally went out of the airship and almost fell from the sky. She quickly swam back and went into the airship again. At this time, she did not know where she was, but she saw two guys who looked like servants moving something in the passage. Senior instantly turned into a light mist and floated above the passage. You have to be careful. These are all rare treasures that the Count collected from various places. If you break some of them, you will lose your life. Yes. Thank you for your advice. I am new here. If it were not for you looking after me, I would have a hard time. For the sake of being from the same hometown, you have to be smart. Don't cause unnecessary trouble for me. Of course. I will definitely not cause trouble for you, brother. The servant said with a smile, By the way, brother, you said that the Count has such a noble status and lives in the Holy Land. What kind of rare and precious things doesn't he have? As long as he opens his mouth, the people outside will directly send the treasures to his house. Why does he have to come out and search everywhere? Is it so troublesome? You don't know this, right? The servant snorted and said, Our family's Lord Count left the Holy Land in order to do something big. Humph! If this thing is done well, I am afraid that our Count will be promoted to a higher level. So powerful. The servant quickly asked, Brother, what is it? Can you tell me? I won't tell ordinary people. The servant looked left and right, then lowered his voice and said, Don't tell anyone that it was me who told you. Of course. The Count came out this time mainly to do two things. The servant's voice was even lower. First, it is mainly to prepare the gifts for the Empress banquet. If this thing is done well, I don't need to say more about the benefits, right? Yes. Then what is the second thing? Our Count wants to become a disciple of that person. The servant said mysteriously, If he can become a disciple of that person, the Count's status will naturally rise. You understand this. That person. Which person? Tisk. The servant rolled his eyes and said resentfully, I told you to pay more attention to the situation in the Holy Land when you have nothing to do. You only know how to indulge in jigsaw puzzles every day and don't think about making progress. That person. Who else can it be? Of course, it is the world prince, Lord Cicero. Oh, I see. You know this now. The servant shook his head and said directly, I don't know. I'll let you play jigsaw puzzles. I'll let you play jigsaw puzzles. I'll let you play. Brother, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Cicero, Prince, watching the servant and the servant playing and gradually walking away, Yulia floated in the same place and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. This page world also has Cicero. Then will there also be Miss Gamma, who appeared before? What do these people have to do with the boss? Suddenly, a mysterious figure was reflected in her sight. That was Captain J. Commander J. walked carefully in the passageway. Sometimes he would open the door in the passageway as if he was looking for something. Soon, Commander J. opened the door of a certain room, hesitated for a moment, and then walked into it. The interior of the room should be a study. Even in the airship, which was supposed to be a convenient means of transportation, there was a luxury comparable to a palace. Captain J. walked on the soft carpet at this time and silently looked at everything in the study. The documents on the desk, the things in the drawer, the collection on the bookshelf. Captain A. finally stopped in front of an oil painting and looked at it for a long time. It was a painting of a woman. The oil painting was probably the work of a famous teacher. The woman's expression was lifelike and vivid on the paper, just like a real person. The woman was beautiful, noble, mysterious, as if she was a masterpiece of God. At this time, not only did Captain J stare for a long time, even a certain senior sister hiding in the air couldn't help but take a few more glances. In those years of wandering in the dimensional void, what kind of perfect woman, goddess and goddess hadn't she seen before? But there weren't many women who could shock her like this. Moreover, this was only a painting. If it was a real person, who could imagine? Who is this woman? She doesn't look like a little fairy at all. Obviously, it's not Miss Gamma either. Yulia couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Looking at Captain J's appearance at this time, it seemed that he wasn't simply attracted by the beauty of the woman in the painting. But he knew her? After a long time, the leader of J finally retracted his gaze and slowly exhaled. He suddenly turned around as if he was looking at something. That gaze was directly in the position of Yulia. The senior sister was slightly shocked. Is it Miss Yulia? Captain J slowly said at this time, You're here. I always feel like you're near me. At this time, the senior sister was even more surprised. She didn't know if this was a trick or if she was really discovered. She slowly emerged and asked doubtfully, How did you find me? Is it really you? Captain A chuckled at this time. I'm just casually saying, look at those storybooks. Aren't they all written like that? The senior sister laughed twice. Captain, it seems that you're in good condition. It seems that I was worried for nothing. Since Captain has escaped, then there's nothing for me to do. That won't do. Captain J took a few steps closer. Even though Captain J was still holding the mask at this time, Yulia, who knew that under the mask was Boss's appearance, couldn't help but feel a little pressured at this time and subconsciously retreated. She gradually retreated to the edge of the corner. There was no way to retreat, so she could only move horizontally. However, Captain J pressed one hand on the wall and stopped her. Yulia instantly wanted to cry, but had no tears. She said, You have something to say. Can't you say it properly? Do you know that I might be being watched by something terrifying? What terrifying thing? Captain J's voice was low, and his face was getting closer and closer. Yulia had already pressed her body against the wall. She even had to bend her knees to lower her body slightly. You don't have to be like this. You know, I can't resist you. I'm in a difficult situation. At this moment, Captain A moved closer. His ice-cold mask was almost touching senior sister, Yulia's face. His aura was already teasing her face. His voice was low and magnetic. Can't resist? Why can't you resist? Even so, you don't plan to resist? While speaking, Captain J's finger gently poked Yulia's abdomen and then slowly moved upwards. Yulia's body suddenly became extremely stiff, but her breathing became faster and faster. Her brain seemed to have stopped working, and her big eyes were fixed on the gradually moving finger. Mother asterisk her. Why don't you try touching me instead? You really don't plan to resist? Captain J's voice once again crashed into Yulia's ears, crashing into her struggling heart. His fingertips were about to touch that sensitive place. Yulia closed her eyes, and the struggle on her face became even more intense. Suddenly, as if some mechanism had been activated, Yulia's mind exploded. She clenched her teeth and fiercely grabbed the clothes in front of her chest with both hands. She tore them open and shouted as if she was going to die. If you want to do it, then do it. Just remember to be responsible, boss. She felt a chill, but she didn't feel like she was being grabbed. Could it be because she was being looked down upon because she was too small? Senior sister, Yulia, opened her eyes a little unconfidently, but all she saw was Captain Nisbak. In front of her, the wall with the oil painting had already turned, revealing a passage. Boss? Senior sister, Yulia, couldn't help but call out in a soft voice, Boss. At this time, Captain J turned around and looked at the girl who was pulling open her clothes with both hands. He said indifferently, Just call me Captain, boss. It feels a bit awkward, let's go. After saying that, Captain J walked towards a passage that appeared from the wall. Yulia was stunned and subconsciously looked up at the wall behind her. She saw that the lamp on the wall had been turned on at an angle. The switch for the passage? It turns out. The chill came again, and Yulia fell into deep thought. Yulia silently tidied up her clothes. Yulia followed with a F*** expression. The passage wasn't long, and they soon reached the end. It was a dim and gorgeous room with a big bed inside. Captain J stopped at the entrance and seemed to be a little stunned. At the edge of the bed, a girl with tattered clothes was curled up, and her face was full of horror and shock. It was Daphne. F***CK. Senior sister, Yulia exclaimed in shock. Looking at Daphne's current appearance and the figure lying on the bed, she couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, am I late? Don't come over. Please don't come over, I beg you. Daphne screamed from the edge of the bed, and she tightly covered her tattered clothes, curling up even more tightly. It's over. Seeing Daphne's expression, senior sister, Yulia, could only pat her head as if she was certain. I'm really too late. Chapter 2204. The white cloak flew out and covered Daphne's body. Captain J walked over slowly and asked softly, Daphne, are you okay? Captain. Girl could still feel a trace of warmth from the cloak, so she subconsciously wrapped it tighter. She seemed to have calmed down and nodded lightly. I'm really late. Yulia's voice sounded again, but this time she was on the big bed next to the young man with a wound on his head. The captain and Daphne looked over at the same time and saw Yulia shrugging with a small bottle in her hand. This guy isn't breathing anymore. Maybe it's because he took too much of this thing? Seeing this, Captain J's gaze moved to Daphne. Girl looked at the two of them and couldn't help but slowly open her mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and fear as she said with a trembling voice, He's dead? I killed someone. He's really dead? I killed someone. Girl was still curled up on the ground as if she couldn't accept this fact. Captain J and Yulia looked at each other. The captain took the bottle from the senior and said, This should be purple fantasy. Captain, you know this thing? The senior immediately moved closer. Captain J thought for a moment and said, "It's a forbidden drug that can stimulate the nerves. It's basically only circulated among the nobles. The nobles have absolute privileges, and they never lack any material things. Instead, they start to lack some mental energy, so they start to seek some other kinds of stimulation. Well, this is considered a self-inflicted disaster." Yulia waved her hand and comforted, "This isn't your fault. After all, you were just protecting yourself. Daphne? Purple fantasy is very harmful, and overdosing can indeed cause death." Captain Thay suddenly said, "But if it's only this much, it's not enough to overdose." "Huh. Captain, what do you mean?" Yulia's heart skipped a beat. Captain Thay thought about it at this time, then quickly walked to the young man's body. Soon he found several other different small bottles from the young man's body. "I'm afraid that's the real cause of death." Daphne was stunned when she saw the bottles that Captain J had found. Did this guy really kill himself by randomly popping pills? Yulia blinked her eyes. "No, it shouldn't be enough to kill me, but if there's a sudden increase in a certain amount, it might cause an irreversible chain reaction." "It wasn't me." Daphne lowered her head and murmured something. She seemed to have relaxed a little, but it was still manslaughter. "Don't think about it." Yulia slapped Daphne's head hard. "This guy is going to do something to you, and you're going to welcome him with open arms. Even a saint wouldn't be able to do such a thing, all right? Miss Yulia, don't be so wishy-washy. Pull yourself together." The senior quickly said, "Captain, and I came here to save you. We didn't want to save a jinx who only knows how to cry." Daphne nodded silently. Commander J suddenly looked at the entrance and saw a figure rushing in. It was a purge knight with a weapon in hand. The purge knight's face was full of shock and anger. When he stepped into the secret room and saw the environment in the room, he was so shocked that he lost his ability to react. Captain J raised his hand, and a poker card instantly shot out. The poker card directly nailed into the purge knight's throat. The purge knight's face was still filled with shock and anger. He subconsciously reached out to pinch his throat, but his carotid artery was cut open by the poker card, and blood was gushing out crazily. Puff! The purge knight fell to the ground in despair. Senior Yulia widened her eyes and exclaimed in a low voice, "Poker cards can really kill people. Captain, have you ever gone to the police station to record your ability?" "What's the police station?" Captain J.'s eyes were calm. "The world government only has the purge knight under its jurisdiction. The other is the army, which is a violent organization." "I'm just kidding." Senior Yulia blinked her big eyes, and her voice was so sweet that it could kill a person. "He's injured," Daphne exclaimed. There were indeed several wounds on the back of the dead purge knight, and they didn't look shallow. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the passage. Seeing this, Captain J.'s eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm again. 3 poker cards flew out at the same time and knocked the beam of light to the side. The beam of light pierced into the floor. It was a beam of light, a lightsaber. At the same time, several figures appeared at the entrance of the passage. "Senior!" Yulia yelled in pleasant surprise. At the entrance, Madanzo chuckled and said, "It seems quite lively here." The young man was dragged down from the bed and kicked to the corner. The person who kicked him was the noble deacon, Babalia. "This guy is lucky to die like this." Babalia snorted coldly and returned to Madanzo's side, staring at the captain of the dream circus vigilantly. The lightsaber he threw out was knocked away by the opponent's poker cards. This skill wasn't something that ordinary people could do. The key was that he had seen the poker cards, and they weren't specially made. They were indeed the most ordinary poker cards. This was F** king too much. Assassinating a pure-blooded noble is a capital offense, and you guys are still in the mood to do it. Aren't you going to run away? Madanzo asked calmly. Impersonating a noble is also a capital offense. You're the same, right? Captain J replied with a smile. Our young master is a real noble. He's the noble Count Decria. This dead guy is the impersonator. Babalia snorted coldly. If you continue to offend us, we can only kill you. Captain J shrugged and looked at Madanzo meaningfully. Then he said coldly, It seems that we're in the same boat for now. Metatro chuckled and said, Isn't that so? If we leave this airship, we can only smash ourselves to death. Mr. Captain, do you have any good ideas? Captain J shook his head and said, It's not easy to take control of this airship, especially when this unlucky guy is dead. The leader of the Purge Knights outside is called Bismack. The loyal deacon beside, you should have heard of this person before. Babalia, the powerful swordsman of the Golden Clan. Humph. If I wasn't injured, I wouldn't be afraid even if it was Bismai. Babalia snorted coldly. Madanzo said, Mr. Captain, it seems that you did a good job of gathering information. Captain J said casually, We are artists who travel around the world, and we will naturally hear a lot of rumors. It's not too much to know some information about the Holy Land, right? Sir, do you have any good ideas? Leave it to me, Captain A said. We just need to bring this noble back to life. Alive? Daphne looked at the young man's corpse in shock. A group of Purge Knights rushed into the dark room under the lead of their leader, Bismai. Mr. Count, what are you doing? At this moment, Count Decria was sitting on the sofa tiredly. Maiden Daphne's face was pale, and she was massaging Count Decria's shoulders with fear on her face. Humph! Bismai, what are you doing as a Purge Knight? A yell sounded. You didn't even know that an assassin sneaked into the airship and almost killed the young master. Bismai looked over and saw Babalia carrying a corpse with a cold expression as he walked out from the side. Babalia, didn't you? Bismai's frown deepened. He had received news that Babalia had escaped and released a few criminals locked up in the prison cell. However, he did not expect that things would take such a turn that he was somewhat dumbfounded. Mr. Count, why are these prisoners here? Bismai suddenly waved his hand and pointed. Madanzo and Senior Yulia were playing cards on a small bar not far away, and they seemed to be having a lot of fun. Kaliana was standing next to them with a nervous expression. Hearing this, Madanzo, who was about to play cards, waved her hand and greeted everyone. These two have already pledged their loyalty to the young master, Babalia said calmly. If it weren't for them, this matter wouldn't have been resolved. They have contributed greatly, so don't be rude. Bismai didn't move. The Purgers all followed Bismai's lead. Seeing that he didn't move, they had no choice but to stand guard at the side. Humph! Babalia, not long ago, you and this person pretended to be nobles. I don't believe your words, Bismai said in a low voice. Assassin? Assassin, unknown origin. Mr. Count, let me investigate this matter first before making a decision. Enough! The young man on the sofa suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Have you guys had enough? Can't you give me some peace and quiet? If you anger me, I'll kill all of you. Count! Bismarck took a step forward and called out. Bismai, how dare you? The youth stood up and raised his right hand. On the back of his hand, a bright golden coat of arms slowly appeared. A noble coat of arms. Bismai's expression changed slightly, and he immediately lowered his head. A person could be fake, but a noble coat of arms couldn't be faked. It had more credibility than a noble coat of arms. Bismai lowered his head, and the Purge Knights behind him could only kneel down in fear. The youth took a deep breath, as if suppressing the anger in his heart. Babalia, deal with this matter properly after you go out. Get out of here. The rest of you, stay and serve me. Commander Bismai, shall we go? Babalia had already arrived in front of Bismai and said indifferently, This subordinate shall take his leave. Bismai gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. The dark room was no longer dark, instead it was quite bright. Madanzo came in front of the youth curiously and carefully looked at his face. She clicked her tongue in wonder and said, Don't say anything. I know what you want to say. As a magician, it's not too much to be able to disguise yourself, right? You can even make a noble coat of arms. Isn't that too much? The youth, Captain J, shrugged, rubbed his left hand on the back of his right hand, and then he tore off the noble coat of arms and threw it on the table. Sticker, sticker? Madanzo curiously picked it up and studied it carefully, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Daphne, on the other hand, looked at Captain A with admiration. She felt that learning magic from the captain seemed to be something with a bright future. It was a pity that the stick to train her hand speed had been left behind at the circus camp, and she couldn't bring it with her. Captain, what should we do next? Yulia was a practical person. I think that Bismai is still suspicious. Babalia is the only one who can deal with this. I'm afraid he's not reliable. Babalia is reliable, Madanzo casually replied and smiled. Because I'm his young master. Captain J said indifferently. Since he's reliable, then let's fly all the way to the Holy Land. Everyone is tired, and this place is quite big. Let's take a rest. With that said, Captain J walked out of the dark room and said that he would stay in the study room outside. Yulia quietly came to Senior 11 and asked in a low voice, Senior, what do you think? Madanzo thought for a while and chuckled. Brother Xiaoya has grown up. What? Yulia frowned and said, Senior, this is not Brother Xiaoya. They are the protagonists here. Madanzo said again, they have grown up and they are more and more difficult to deal with. TSK is cuter. Senior 11 thought for a while and said, Senior, do you still want to play cards? Yes. Are they playing again? Kaliana looked at these two in disbelief. Are they heartless? The corpse was wrapped in a bag. Then Babalia ordered his men to throw it down from the deck of the airship. It was a clean and neat job. Bismack walked over with two purge knights with an expressionless face. Why are you in such a hurry to deal with the corpse? Bismack said indifferently, We still don't know the origin of the assassin, but we can find a lot of clues from the corpse. I know what to know, Babalia said indifferently. Young Master asked me to be in charge of this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. You just need to be responsible for protecting Young Master. Bismack was silent for a while and said slowly, I told the medic to come and treat your wounds. Thank you. Babalia nodded. Bismack left with his men. In the passage of the airship, a subordinate walked quickly to Bismack and said in a low voice, Sir, this matter is too strange. The Count's behavior. Don't talk about the matters of the nobles in private, Bismack said expressionlessly. But the subordinate gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, They were so anxious to get rid of the corpse. I think the corpse's figure is similar to the Count's. Shut up. Bismack suddenly shouted with a dark expression. That's a real noble's coat of arms. When it appeared, didn't you feel the tingling of the loyalty mark in your body? The burning sensation. Even the royal family can't do it. Chapter 2205. The Holy Land, Immaculate City. In the sky above the bustling capital, airships were flying from north to south, east to west. It was as if all the wealth in the world had gathered in the Holy Land. Even Count Decrea's airship wasn't that obvious among the many airships. In the airspace specially used for parking airships, there were a few airships that caught people's attention. They were as huge as an aircraft carrier in the sky. That's Saint Heavenly Song, and that's Lesia. They're both royal airships. On the deck, Babalia was explaining the shock in front of him. Of course, the royal airship is unique. However, our young master's airship isn't bad either. It's from the same manufacturer as these royal airships. You can imagine its performance. Yulia blinked her eyes and complimented him before losing interest. Should she talk about the spaceship that was as huge as a planet that she saw in the dimensional crevice before? The airship was about to land. They were more focused on the majestic capital of the Holy Land in front of them. Captain J, who was disguised as Count Decrea, was nowhere to be seen. Madanzo looked around and saw that Captain A was standing at a higher point of the airship, looking into the depths of the Holy Land alone. At this moment, Babalia quietly came to Madanzo's side. "Young master, since we've arrived at the Holy Land, are we still going to allow someone to impersonate you? Don't you think it's interesting?" Madanzo said calmly, "Since you said that I have a lot of enemies in the Holy Land, then let's make them unable to find me." "Young master, you mean?" Debalia seemed to have understood at once. He revealed a meaningful look. Not long after, there was a special shuttle that brought the nobles on the airship to land. After landing, Bismai led a group of Purge Knights to say goodbye. The Purge Knights protected all the nobles, but they didn't belong to any nobles. Since Count Decrea had safely returned to the Holy Land, they naturally had to report back to the headquarters. "Well then, my lord, farewell," Bismai said politely. "I hope I'll have the opportunity to escort you again in the future. Goodbye." "You guys have done a good job this time," Jay said calmly. "I will send a letter of commendation to the knights." Bismai nodded, bowed, and left with his men. He was not surprised by the letter of commendation, even if it was a letter of commendation from a noble, which could help him in his career. Right now, he only wanted to leave this Count de Craye, who seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. At this time, an extended version of a carriage slowly drove in front of everyone. This was the carriage that Babalia had told the ground to prepare before they landed. "Young master, let's go home first." Babalia whispered into Madanzo's ear, "Get ready, we don't have much time left." As for the people from the fantasy circus, they were being picked up by another group of servants. The performers of the circus would soon be treated as gifts and transported to the designated place to participate in the princess' birthday banquet. Tonight, it was like walking into another Freedom City. The prosperity of the Holy Land gave Daphne this illusion. Indeed, the construction style of the two cities was completely different. When Daphne first saw the moving circus, she was shocked. However, right now, compared to the airships in the sky and the huge machines on the ground, the moving circus didn't seem too shocking. Girl stuck her head out of the extended version of the carriage and clicked her tongue in wonder along the way. "What is that?" At this moment, Daphne suddenly pointed at a notice board on the street. "I saw that along the way." Many of the notice boards seemed to have similar things posted on them. They were portraits of both men and women. There were even portraits of their backs drawn on some of them. "Bounty posters," Babalia said calmly. "They are the most wanted criminals in the Holy Land. As long as the bounty posters are not removed, it means that the criminals haven't been caught." Daphne was shocked. This is the so-called Holy Land, the headquarters of the pure-blood nobles. There are really people who dare to commit crimes here? That's why the Holy Land issued a bounty. Babalia snorted. "The people on the bounty posters have committed crimes that can be sentenced to death 100 times over. What did this guy who can only see his back do?" Senior sister, Yulia, suddenly asked, "From what I see, this guy seems to be at the top of the bounty list. That strange bandit clown." Babalia's expression became serious. "This guy has robbed a lot of nobles. A few years ago, strange bandit clown even snuck into the palace. I heard that he calmly left. Since then, strange bandit clown has become the most wanted criminal in the Holy Land." Hearing this, Senior Yulia couldn't help but take a few more glances at the poster. But at this moment, she discovered that Kalyana, who was afraid of being restricted in the corner, suddenly had stars of worship in her eyes. She was unable to move her eyes away from the poster of strange thief clown. She moved closer to Kalyana. "Idol?" "Yes." In the headquarters of the Purge Knights, Bismai walked slowly with his helmet in his hands. He had just reported to the Purge Knights, and because he was willing to complete the mission, he was given 3 days of leave. However, this leader of the Purge Knights didn't seem to be very happy. Even when he saw his colleagues greet him, he was indifferent. "Hey, Bismai, I heard that you successfully completed the mission and came back. Why do you not look very happy?" A man who was also the leader of the Purge Knights came over and greeted him. Bismay subconsciously frowned and looked at this person who was walking over enthusiastically. This was a person who had put white eyeshadow on his eyes. Balaam. Bismay nodded. "You're back too." "I just completed an escort mission." The man with white eyeshadow chuckled. "A noble lady. It was a bit boring on the way. How about you? I heard that you were escorting a count this time. Did anything interesting happen on the way?" "Nothing special." Bismay shook his head. "Speaking of which, when did this Balaam join the Purge Knights?" From what he remembered, he was suddenly promoted to leader a few days ago. Then, he quickly got familiar with everyone. It was mainly because this guy was too good at chatting. "By the way, Bismay, do you have anything to do tonight?" Balaam suddenly asked. Bismay said indifferently, "I just got 3 days of leave. There's nothing much to do. However, if you want to invite me to drink tonight, I'm afraid I can't. I plan to meditate for the next few days." "Of course, it's not drinking." Balaam smiled mysteriously. "It's going to a banquet. It's the Queen's birthday banquet. Are you interested? Her Royal Highness banquet." Bismay was stunned. Why would they invite you to a banquet of that level? It's a complicated security job. Balaam chuckled. "Of course, the main force is the Royal Knights. We are only in charge of guarding the periphery. It just so happens that they are short of a few people, so I signed them up. How about it? Are you interested in me going with you?" "Bismay, I feel like your words are very reliable." Bismay's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This guy should have just promoted not long ago, right? He pondered for a moment, and under the persuasion of the Balaam Knight, he reluctantly agreed. The Purge Knight could only be a leader, but with his background, he was already at the end of the line. If he wanted to go further, he would have to find another way. Perhaps the Queen's banquet would be a rare opportunity. There was no need to think about becoming a pure-blood noble in this lifetime, but there was still the conferred noble. Although they couldn't enjoy absolute privileges, they were already at the top of the hierarchy that normal people could climb to besides the pure-blood noble. There weren't many pure-blood nobles. Even in the Holy Land, pure-blood nobles were still rare. In the Holy Land, there were more bestowed nobles who were vassals of the pure-blood nobles. "I heard that Her Royal Highness might choose a partner during the banquet," Balaam said jokingly. "Maybe Her Royal Highness will like you?" Bismay rolled his eyes. It was impossible for a pure-blooded noble to marry a commoner, let alone the royal family, which was even more prestigious. "Her Royal Highness isn't someone that can be easily accepted," Bismay replied coldly. "I'll go prepare. Call me when it's time." "Okay." Balaam waved his hand enthusiastically and watched Bismay leave with squinted eyes. The manor was located in a corner of the Holy Land. Although there weren't many pure-blood nobles in the Holy Land, it was still very lively when all of them appeared. Besides, the carriages of the pure-blood nobles were the luxurious and extended type. They walked down from the carriages, one by one. It was obvious that they had put in a lot of effort into dressing up. However, Count de Crea seemed to have a lot of people with him tonight. "Captain J is fine, but the others—" Babalia muttered in dissatisfaction beside Madanzo's ears. "Young master, you're too lenient with these people." Madanzo was a little annoyed by his tiring words. She said calmly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Babalia's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Madanzo said, "Don't you think that he's very suitable for this kind of occasion?" She was talking about Captain J, who was pretending to be Count de Crea. At this moment, the captain was walking calmly in the banquet hall. Even if some of the nobles who were familiar with Count de Crea came up to greet him, the captain was always able to easily deal with them. Indeed, if I didn't know that he was, I would have thought that he was a real count. Babalia nodded helplessly. Madanzo suddenly said, "But he's still an impostor. He has to have someone by his side to remind him. Babalia, keep an eye on him. I'll be back soon. Young master? Babalia was shocked. But Madanzo was nowhere to be seen. There were so many people in the banquet hall. How could he see her? Not only was Madanzo missing, but Yulia was also nowhere to be found. Only Caliana and Daphne were following Count Decrea obediently. The Count only had 2 female companions by his side. As a deacon, it was a normal arrangement. It wasn't that eye-catching. Where are the people from the circus arranged? Captain Day suddenly asked. Babalia said calmly, as a gift, of course, it's placed in the place where the gift should be placed. Later, you just need to present it to Her Royal Highness at an appropriate time. Remember, don't cause any trouble for the young master, or else. Count Decrea was looking behind Babalia. Babalia subconsciously looked back. It was as if a star had appeared in the crowd. Everyone looked sideways. It's His Royal Highness Cicero. Babalia was shocked. But Captain J had already forgotten about the Star Prince and was walking towards him. Babalia subconsciously wanted to stop him, but it was too late. You really eat wherever you go, huh? Madanzo looked up. Senior, Yulia, was floating above with a plate full of food in her hand. Senior naturally had her reasons. If I don't eat more now when I'm hungry later, no one will care if I've eaten or not. The audience will only care about the protagonist. For a 5th or 6th tier supporting character like me, no one will care if I find the toilet or not even if my stomach hurts. Using the opportunity of holding half of the Book of Gaia for a short time, they knew that everything in the page world would be shown to the residents of the City of Freedom through the eyes of the people who were placed in the page world. Of course, the world seen through the eyes of the characters had its own limitations. For example, if the residents of the City of Freedom chose Celia's perspective, it would be difficult for them to know what Madanzo was doing behind their backs. There should be a lot of people who chose Yulia, right? If I can win all the way, I'll be giving them hope, right? Someone's coming. In the corridor, a few pretty maids were holding their skirts and walking quickly. They seemed to be discussing, looking for something. We haven't found anything here. It's already so late. Where did Her Highness go? She hasn't changed her clothes yet. The banquet is about to start. We can't let the guests wait. Should we ask the chief steward to arrange some activities to liven things up? It seems to be already arranged. Let's go over there and look. Hey, where did Angelica and Lisa go? I'm so worried. The maids ran off into the distance. Madanzo jumped down from Yulia's back and rubbed her chin. Her Highness Angelique? It doesn't feel like Lilia. Could it be that I'm wrong? Say senior. Senior sister, Yulia, suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. She reached out and pointed at a corner of the courtyard. Quick, 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 look. It's that guy. Madanzo instinctively looked over. In a corner of the courtyard, a young man with long silver hair was sitting leisurely on the roof of the pavilion. It was the silver-haired young man who emerged from the body of the Wraith Emperor Kaz in the Wraith Realm after being blown apart. At this moment, the silver-haired young man on the roof of the pavilion seemed to have sensed something. He lowered his head, and his gaze met with Madanzo and her senior. Instantly, the silver-haired young man jumped down from the pavilion and walked toward the two of them. Chapter 2206. The first time they saw the silver-haired young man was in the Wraith Realm's book page, but at the time Madanzo and Yulia weren't at the center of the scene. They only saw this silver-haired young man walking out from the Wraith Emperor Kaz's armor from afar. They felt like this silver-haired young man was the true final boss of the Wraith Realm. But not long after he appeared, he mysteriously disappeared. Both Madanzo and Yulia couldn't figure out the silver-haired young man's background. Could he be a book page character like Kaz, Qingtian, or perhaps Gamma, or perhaps something else? Which family are you from? Finally, the silver-haired young man walked in front of them and asked with an easygoing tone, "Why did you come here?" To find a washroom. Yulia quickly answered, I couldn't find it." "So that's how it was," the silver-haired young man smiled. "And here? I thought you were planning something. The washroom is over there." "Thank you," Madanzo nodded, then gestured for Yulia to leave with her. This silver-haired young man wasn't easy to deal with. "Wait a minute," the silver-haired young man asked again. "You still haven't told me which family are you from." "Count de Crea," Madanzo quickly answered. "We came here with the Count de Crea." The silver-haired young man nodded, then smiled. "It's fine, you can go now. Return to Count de Crea's side and send my regards. May I ask how we should address you?" Yulia was surprised. "You don't know who I am?" the silver-haired young man asked in surprise. Yulia smiled apologetically. "We know that you must be someone of noble status," the silver-haired youth chuckled. "My identity can't be considered noble. After all, in the end, I'm just an illegitimate child. However, if your family's count asks, just say that Huang sends his regards. Famine." Madanzo nodded silently. Then she and her senior walked in the direction that the young man had indicated. At the very least, they had to walk in this direction until they were out of the young man's sight. Behind them, the silver-haired youth did not seem to care about this small interlude. Once again, he jumped onto the pavilion in the courtyard and continued to leisurely look at the stars in the sky. The man in front of him had a head of long silver hair. His entire body emitted a noble aura. His eyes were like stars, and there seemed to be something that separated him from the rest. Bestowed nobles didn't have the right to get close to this man. Only the pure-blooded nobles could get close to him. Only the pure-blooded nobles could talk to this silver-haired man. Prince Cicero was the greatest contributor to the prosperity of the human race together with Emperor Calipar. He was the only prince recognized by the world government and was above all the pure-blood nobles. Babalia was already too late to stop J.S. approach. Just as he was feeling anxious, J.S. leader had already stopped in his tracks. He stood in the crowd and sized up Prince Cicero, who was like a star surrounding the moon from afar. Babalia instantly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly walked to the side of J.S. leader. He warned in a low voice, "My young man has always hoped to become His Highness Cicero's student. Don't ruin His Highness Cicero's impression of my young master. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." "He wants to be this person's student?" J seemed to have heard something interesting. He suddenly chuckled and said, "Your young master really has great ambitions." Babalia snorted coldly and said, "Young master's ambitions aren't something a village man like you can understand." At this moment, Madanzo and Yulia came back from the crowd. Yulia suddenly asked, "Does this prince have a daughter called Gamma?" Babalia frowned and said, "Why are you asking this?" Yulia shrugged and said, "Nothing, I'm just curious. I don't think I saw her at Her Highness' birthday party." Babalia shook his head and said, "I heard that Miss Gamma was sent by the prince to study at a scholar's house. She hasn't returned to the sacred land yet. So, Gamma won't appear in this story for now." Yulia nodded and muttered, "But the relationship seems to be inherited." Babalia was confused and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The senior smiled and said, "I'm talking nonsense. Oh, right, when I went to the washroom, I met someone. He asked me to say hello to Count Decria." "Who?" Babalia frowned and asked. Yulia said casually, "He didn't tell me who it was. He only said his name. Do you know Famine?" "What?" Babalia nervously grabbed Yulia's arm. Are you being rude? Or disrespectful? Tell me, who exactly is this Huang?" "He is." Babalia looked serious and then lowered his voice. "He is the Prince of Famine. He is a real member of the royal family. It's a prince." Yulia had some guesses. According to the identity of Z in the last page world, wouldn't that be a family? If this was the background of Boss? "Young master, we missed a good opportunity." Babalia whispered in Metatro's ear, "If I knew that we could meet Prince Desolate, we would have gone to the courtyard. If we could have a good relationship with Prince Desolate, it would be no less beneficial for you than becoming a student of Prince Desolate. Although Prince Famine's identity is a bit taboo, he still has the right to inherit the empire. Babalia was really loyal. He focused on his master and did proper things. Medanzo couldn't help but blink. Was this the blessing of Count Decria, who had already died? This prince should still be in the courtyard. Yulia suddenly smiled and said, "If you go there now, you might be able to see him." Babalia shook his head. Prince Famine doesn't like to be close to outsiders. It's already commendable that we can greet him this time. But if we use this chance to get close again, it won't be appropriate. After today's banquet, we should formally greet him. Okay. Yulia shrugged and then said, "I also heard something just now. The main character of today's banquet, Her Royal Highness, seems to have disappeared. The servants in the manor are looking for her like crazy. No wonder Her Royal Highness hasn't appeared yet. I also feel a bit strange." But Babalia looked up and down at this female squeegee that he picked up from the fantasy circus in surprise and said in disbelief, "How can you encounter so many things when you go to the washroom? What do you do?" Yulia felt that she seemed to be a bit slender. She immediately laughed dryly and said, "Luck, luck." Suddenly, an exclamation sounded in the banquet hall. "He's here! He's here, dash!" At this time, the crowd had already emptied out. At this moment, in the empty space of the crowd stood a confused, noble young man. The noble young man's face was slightly pale, and he looked at his feet with trembling. There was a delicate dagger stuck in the ground under his feet. The dagger nailed a card to the ground. It's Clown. Strange thief Clown. He's here. This is his mark. That damn thief, he has appeared again in the end. I thought that guy might have died after being quiet for a few years. I didn't expect," the nobles in the crowd discussed animatedly. They gritted their teeth and wished they could give birth to the strange thief, Clown. They didn't know how many people this guy had offended in the past. The discussion gradually became chaotic, and the scene was a little out of control. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed as a knight suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Quiet!" The voice alarmed everyone. Everyone looked over and saw a silver-haired man slowly walking out from behind the handsome royal knight. He came to the side of the frightened, noble young man. The handsome knight picked up the dagger and the card on the ground and presented them to Prince Cicero. "Your Highness!" Their gazes fell on this world prince. After checking the two items, Prince Cicero slowly said, "Tonight I will steal the most valuable treasure in the banquet. Are you ready? I'm coming." Sure enough, it's Clown's tone. A middle-aged noble immediately said angrily, 3 years ago, the same notice, the same tone. This damned bastard stole my precious Billy Darling." Prince Cicero glanced at him coldly. The agitated middle-aged noble shuddered and lowered his head, trembling. Prince Cicero raised the notice card in his hand and said calmly, "The handwriting on this is indeed similar. This dagger is also used by Clown. However, whether it's the real Clown or not, we don't know yet. Everyone, please check your belongings and see if you've missed anything." As he spoke, the prince immediately ordered the handsome young knight beside him to temporarily close the manor. He also asked him to call the purge knights who were patrolling outside for questioning. "Everyone, no matter if you are pure-blood nobles or bestowed nobles, stay where you are. This is the prince's order." The door of the banquet hall was already closed. The royal knights, who were more powerful than the purge knights, were now stationed in front of each door. The guests gathered in the center of the banquet hall and whispered about something. They were slightly uneasy. The main reason was that Clown had never failed before. Countless nobles had fallen in his hands. He even broke into the royal palace and left calmly in the end. The psychological shadow that this thief had brought to the nobles of the Holy Land was too great. Even though he had disappeared for several years, when he reappeared, The nobles were once again reminded of the fear of being led astray and unable to do anything about it. "I'm starting to understand why you treat him as your idol," Yulia whispered into Karyana's ear. This scared the half-elf girl, and she hurriedly said, "Quiet! If these nobles hear us, I'll be dead even if I have 10 lives. Humph. Since Prince Cicero is here, it's fine if that clown doesn't show up tonight." Barbaria snorted and said, "Once he shows up, he won't be able to escape." Yulia said calmly, "Didn't you say that this Mr. Strange Thief can enter and leave the royal palace as he pleases? It's not that I'm looking down on this manor, but it's not as important as the royal palace, right?" Barbaria was speechless. What will be the most precious treasure in tonight's banquet? Madanzo had already picked up his pipe. He felt that it was time for him, the detective, to appear. Could it be the princess? Yulia suddenly said, "Didn't the princess go missing before?" This strange thief steals everything. Stealing a person isn't something new, right? Besides, in this banquet, who can compare to Her Highness, the princess, who is the main character of this banquet? Hearing this, the admiration in Karyana's eyes couldn't be concealed. "He's so cool. At least he hasn't succeeded yet." Captain J shook his head and said, "Strange Thief Clown has always followed the principle of notifying first and then attacking. He won't break this principle. Since the princess's disappearance happened before the notice, it means that the Strange Thief Clown hasn't succeeded yet. I heard that Clown has never failed." Barbaria thought for a while and said, "Could it be that the princess has already received the information and is hiding in secret to break the legend of Clown never failing? The royal family is so boring." Karyana rolled her eyes and looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. "Huh, is there something tied to it?" Everyone looked up. There seemed to be bundles of explosives tied to the crystal chandelier, and the fuses were already ignited. "Danger!" was all Babalia had time to shout. In an instant, a loud noise sounded, and a huge firework appeared in the banquet hall. Then, countless sounds of whoosh, whoosh could be heard. A large number of fire arrows flew around the banquet hall before exploding one after another. They were actually gorgeous fireworks. The fireworks were brilliant, but the people were panicking and cursing. Look! In the air, a figure broke through the glass window above the banquet hall and jumped into the banquet hall. It was a slender guy wearing a black suit and a silver clown mask. He appeared. Strange Bandit Clown. In the chaos, a group of royal knights rushed forward. The guy in the black suit chuckled and threw out dozens of balls the size of fingertips. The balls exploded, and the banquet hall was instantly shrouded in pungent smoke. When the smoke gradually subsided, the guy in the black suit was already in the corridor on the second floor of the banquet hall. At the same time, the guy in the black suit was holding a woman by the waist. "I'm taking the treasure." The guy in the black suit chuckled. He raised his hand, and the weapon in his hand shot out a grappling hook. He grabbed the glass frame of the broken skylight and then calmly went up. Seeing that the strange bandit was about to escape, Prince Cicero quickly pulled out the sword of the knight beside him and threw it out. The sharp, long sword directly cut the rope of the grappling hook, and the strange bandit clown, who lost his balance in midair, was about to fall. But this Mr. Strange Bandit quickly adjusted his posture and landed safely. There was a large, empty space in the banquet hall. The royal family had actually formed 2 circles inside and outside. "Put down the princess and surrender." The handsome young knight shouted at this time, "You can't escape." "You want it? Then I'll give it to you." The guy in the black suit chuckled and threw the woman in his hand out without saying anything. The young man was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Catch Her Highness!" He quickly adjusted his position and finally caught the woman in his hands. He looked down and said, "Your Highness, you're not frightened. She's not Her Highness." At the same time, the guy in the black suit had already pulled out a slender sword and broke through the royal knight's encirclement. This Mr. Strange Bandit quickly broke through the royal knight's encirclement and jumped into the crowd of guests. He also released some fireworks that could spin rapidly on the ground, scaring the crowd into chaos. "Catch him!" The young knight was furious. The banquet hall instantly became a chase ground between the royal knights and Mr. Strange Bandit. In the corridor upstairs of the banquet hall, the knights were chasing after him. However, Mr. Strange Bandit was too agile, and it was difficult to catch him. At this time, a slightly short figure suddenly appeared in Mr. Strange Bandit's path. It was a silver-haired young man who was wearing a luxurious outfit and holding a sword. Mr. Strange Bandit, the clown, stopped. The silver-haired young man chuckled and said, "It seems that tonight's banquet has a good entertainment program. I'll also play. Children shouldn't play with swords." Mr. Strange Bandit also chuckled and took the lead to attack with his sword. The two instantly trembled. Their swordsmanship was quite exquisite, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. "That's His Highness Baron." The nobles were shocked. "His Highness has always been taught by the Holy Land's swordsmanship champion. I didn't expect this, the clown, to be on par with His Highness in swordsmanship. That the clown is a little lacking in strength. He's no match for His Highness." It seemed to be a noble who had some research on swordsmanship. At this moment, something seemed to flash by, and the next moment Prince Baron sword was directly knocked away by Mr. Strange Bandit's long sword. Prince Baron looked suspiciously at his hand that was holding the sword. When the sword was knocked away, his hand was slightly numb from the shock. Mr. Strange Bandit took the opportunity to break out of the window. The royal knights reacted and jumped out of the window to chase after him. A royal knight ran to Prince Baron in fear and trepidation. "Your Highness, are you hurt?" "I'm useless. I'm fine. You can go." Prince Baron shook his head. "Don't let him escape. If we can't catch him, it won't be fun." The royal knight froze for a moment, then nodded quickly and jumped out of the window resolutely. Prince Baron smiled and walked to the side. He picked up a poker card from the ground and casually looked at it in his hand. It was this poker card that suddenly shot out that first knocked away the sword in his hand, and then the sword was knocked away by Mr. Strange Bandit's sword. Upstairs, Prince Baron looked at the chaotic banquet below expressionlessly, and his eyes gradually became interested. "Then who could it be? I didn't hear that the clown has an accomplice." Chapter 2207. Most of the royal knights had already chased out of the banquet hall. At this time, the hall was already in a mess. The nobles were cursing. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the manor under the name of the princess and the royal knights were guarding it, the nobles would have made things difficult for them. "Do you think Clown will be caught by the royal knights?" Kaliana asked uneasily, breaking the silence of the small group. But no one responded to her question, so Kaliana could only stand aside awkwardly. At this time, the leader of Jay was leaning against the corner of the banquet hall with his head lowered, as if he was thinking about something. At this time, Yulia quietly walked over and touched the face that was disguised as Count Decria. "What do you want to do?" The leader suddenly raised his head and asked, "Your face is dirty. Why don't you wipe it?" Senior sister, Yulia, said quickly. At this time, Jay's leader chuckled and said, "Why? Do you want to see if I'm the original Jay? I've been with you all the way here." "How can that be?" Yulia immediately rubbed her hands and then leaned against the wall. She stood side by side with the leader and whispered, "Leader, why did you save that strange bandit just now?" It was clear that no one had noticed the poker cards. The leader was not surprised that he was discovered and said indifferently, "I didn't save that guy in black. Not to save him." The senior frowned and asked in confusion, "Then why?" At this time, "Fire! Fire! Everyone get out!" There were exclamations. At this time, the fire had begun to spread in the banquet hall. The released fireworks had finally ignited the surrounding fabric. They couldn't stay in this place anymore. "Quick! Where is Clown?" He climbed up the tower. This time, he won't be able to escape. At this time, the royal knights sent people to completely surround the bottom of the tower. At the same time, a group of knights directly rushed into the tower. The thief in the black suit fought with the royal knights all the way to the top of the tower. In the end, the thief in the black suit had already reached the top of the tower, and there was no way for him to escape. Prepare the annihilator. With a furious shout, the royal knights surrounding the tower raised their weapons, aimed, and waited for the order to shoot. The noble guests had already escaped from the burning banquet hall. At this time, they had also come to the periphery of the tower, watching this exciting siege from afar. This was much more exciting than the games that the nobles usually played. "Surrender! You can't escape!" The leader of the royal knights shouted loudly. "Are you going to be killed by us on the spot, or are you going to surrender obediently and accept your trial?" On top of the tower, a thief in a black suit looked down at the crowd below. He suddenly chuckled. "Tonight's most precious treasure I've already stolen. Guess what I've taken?" "He has already stolen it? He doesn't have anything in his hand. Don't listen to his nonsense. This is just a bluff to disturb our judgment." That's right. The strange thief, clown, has always been extremely cunning. Don't believe him. Knights, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this damn guy. I order you as a pureblood noble. The royal knights naturally did not have to obey the orders of the pureblood nobles. But when there were too many nobles, it was difficult for them to withstand the pressure of the nobles. Moreover, they could indeed shoot in this situation. The handsome royal knight gritted his teeth, waved his arm, and shouted in a deep voice, "Shoot!" "Stop!" A figure walked out of the crowd. Seeing this, the royal knights lowered the weapons in their hands, because the person who came was Cicero, His Highness the Prince. He could always be the focus of the crowd. At this moment, he walked straight to the bottom of the tower and waved his hand to dismiss the royal knights surrounding him. "Your Highness?" The handsome royal knight's face was filled with astonishment. Prince Cicero suddenly sighed and looked up at the figure on top of the tower. He said, helplessly, "Have you had enough?" "That's enough. Do you still want to hold this banquet?" His voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly. The surroundings were dead silent, but no one knew what His Highness the Prince was talking about. The thief in a black suit on the tower was motionless at this moment. At this moment, another voice sounded behind the thief in a black suit. It was the voice of Prince Desolate. "I still suggest you stop now. Otherwise, if you really make Uncle Cicero angry, it won't be easy to clean up the mess." Prince Desolate had a smile in his eyes. He looked at the thief in a black suit, who turned around and said with a chuckle, "Sister Huang." The thief in a black suit was silent. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. His voice also changed. It was a female voice. "Uncle Cicero, I'm not surprised. When did you find out?" Hey. Prince Desolate said helplessly, "That sword was about to stab my heart. If it wasn't for my sword being hit by something and deflecting your attack, wouldn't I be holding a funeral right now? In the entire Holy Land, the number of people who want me to die can be counted with one hand. Am I right, Sister Huang?" The thief in a black suit chuckled and then retreated. She jumped back and directly jumped down from the tower. While everyone was exclaiming, the rapidly falling figure had already adjusted her posture in the air and finally landed steadily on the ground. At the same time, she took off the mask and hat on her face. Her bright golden hair scattered, and after the mask was taken off, a face that could captivate all living things was revealed in front of everyone's eyes. The woman was noble, mysterious, and cold. She had dark purple lip gloss on her mouth and revealed a faint smile. "Uncle Cicero, good evening." She looked at His Highness in the crowd and said with a smile. Prince Cicero shook his head with a helpless expression. "Your Highness? Is it really Her Highness the Empress?" "It's not, Clown." What is going on? Could it be that Clown is pretending to be Her Highness the Empress? Clown is best at disguising. Don't be fooled. Amidst the discussions, the woman slowly raised her arm. The back of her hand was exposed, and a golden emblem slowly emerged. Under the dazzling light, the discussions instantly stopped. Not only did the nobles fall silent, but they also knelt on the ground. This was the real royal emblem, which could make the pure-blooded nobles acknowledge and revere it. "This is just a show before the banquet starts," the woman said calmly. "I'm very happy tonight. Thank you for coming. Now, let the banquet officially begin. The banquet hall is too small. Let's celebrate here." As the woman finished speaking, a large amount of fireworks shot out from the surroundings of the manor, illuminating the night sky of the manor. At the same time, a large number of servants began to bring in all kinds of food and drinks. Soon, a large number of tables and stools were brought into the square under the tall tower. Musicians and dancers also entered the square. Everyone froze, as if they had just woken up from a dream. "She's the Empress?" In the distance, Senior's sister, Yulia, looked at the Empress, who was surrounded by the young nobles, in surprise. She rubbed her eyes subconsciously and looked at Captain A, who was beside her. Wasn't this woman the woman in the oil painting in the study room of Count Dekria's airship? Senior's sister had always thought that the Empress of this banquet would be little fairy Lilia. But this Empress obviously wasn't. "That's right," Babalia nodded. "Commoner, feel honored. This is the first Empress, Her Highness Angelique. How lucky are you to be able to see her as a commoner and attend her birthday banquet?" Senior's sister, Yulia, secretly glanced at Madanzo and saw Madanzo lightly shaking her head, indicating that she would watch from the side for now. However, Babalia anxiously came to Metatro's side and quickly said, "Young master, Her Highness has appeared. You should also take action. Otherwise, if the children of other noble families were to beat us to it, our efforts during this period of time would be in vain. No rush." Madanzo shook her head and even smiled. "I'm more interested in that prince. Of course, that Prince Huang as well." At this moment, Empress Angelique, who was surrounded by the crowd, suddenly shouted, "Where is Count Dekria?" That pleasant voice penetrated through. The expressions of the small group of people changed slightly at this moment, and they subconsciously looked in the direction of the Empress. At this moment, the Empress was already walking over with the crowd. Babalia's forehead couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The one who was playing the role of his young master was that village-like circus leader. Around them, there were so many nobles and royal knights. At this moment, the Empress finally arrived in front of them. "Count Dekria, long time no see." Babalia's throat gurgled. While he was nervous, he saw the leader of J calmly walk out and greet her with impeccable aristocratic etiquette. "Indeed, long time no see, Your Highness Angelique. Tonight is your birthday. I hope you're happy." The Empress stroked her hair, and her charming eyes were like silk. "I heard that you specially prepared a birthday present for me. It's something I like. Where is that present now?" "If Your Highness likes it, you can watch it now." Count Dekria smiled and said, "It's the performance of the fantasy circus." "That's great." The Empress smiled. "I'm looking forward to this joy. It's a pity that I don't plan to share this joy with others. Let's leave the circus for now. Dekria, thank you for this present. I'm really happy. You come with me. Tell me, how did you find this circus that's hard to track?" Jealous gazes were cast from all around, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only stare angrily at this Count Dekria who was in the limelight. At this moment, under Babalia's horrified gaze, the leader of J calmly followed the Empress and left. Young master, I feel like we might be in big trouble," Babalia said with a trembling voice. "Then let's prepare to run." Madanzo revealed a bright smile. "Maybe we can even get to the top of the wanted list and become a man with more than one. 5 billion gold." Daphne didn't seem to hear Madanzo's bold words and only looked worriedly in the direction where the leader disappeared. Beside her, Kalyana didn't know what to do, but she took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to her and quietly walked into the crowd. She quickly lifted her skirt and shoveled under a table that was covered with a tablecloth. Where's Ms. Yulia? Daphne finally retracted her worried gaze, only to discover that the mysterious Miss Yulia had disappeared without a trace. The leader of J was waiting outside a room. After a while, the maid in the room opened the door and walked out, indicating that he could enter. The maids in the room had been cleared out. At this moment, only the leader of J and Empress Angelique were left in the room. Her Highness the Empress was currently lying on a recliner. She had changed out of her black formal attire and was currently only wearing a low-cut black dress. The leader of J stood quietly and seemed to be indifferent to the stunning beauty in front of him. Her Royal Highness chuckled, stood up, and slowly walked over barefoot. Her Royal Highness put her hand on the captain's shoulder and walked around him. Then she smiled and said, "Tell me, how did you find the fantasy circus troupe?" "Tell me everything in detail." The leader of J said, "Before we start, can your Royal Highness answer a question of mine?" "No," Empress Angelique said indifferently. "After all, you are not the real de Cray. That guy wasn't as calm as you when he saw me." The leader of J asked curiously, "What did he look like when he saw you?" The Empress laughed amusedly. "What did he look like? Let me think. Well, although he tried very hard to restrain himself, he was actually more like a male dog in heat. Of course, I don't mind keeping some strong dogs around me. After all, they can bite people. Your Royal Highness, aren't you afraid that I will plot against you?" The leader said softly. "Cicero is right outside," said Lucien. The Empress said calmly, "If you want to die together with me, you can do whatever you want. That guy is indeed difficult to deal with." Mr. Regiment Commander slowly let out a sigh of relief. Then he reached out and slowly tore off a piece of skin from his face. Outside the room, the senior sister's pupils began to contract, and she concentrated. "I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Yeah, I'm so nervous. Don't be noisy." The senior sister subconsciously turned her head in horror. A harmless, smiling face appeared in front of her. He even put his finger on his lips to signal her to be quiet. "Prince Huang, Huang." "Sure." Prince Huang said with a smile, "My sister Huang's ears are very sensitive. Be quiet. Miss Stealthy going to the washroom." "What the hell is Miss Stealthy going to the washroom?" Who is this person?" Prince Huang said coldly. Senior sister, Yulia, didn't have time to be surprised. She immediately looked over and saw that after tearing off the skin from Count de Cray's face, the leader was actually Qingtian. Empress Angelique couldn't help but frown. Silently sizing up the head of the Qingtian doll, she said in displeasure, "Where is Jay? Where is he? Tell him to come and see me. He doesn't dare to see me." With that said, Empress Angelique smashed the wine cup in her hand onto the ground.